Hi, everyone, and welcome to the Made for Documentary Awards Judging Broadcast Recording. That was a mouthful. I am Antonina Mamzenko. I'm here with Alice Chapman
Hi.
and Emma Collins.
Hi.
We are photographers, mentors, and co-founders of Made for Documentary, and also second round judges for Made for Documentary Awards. We're gonna just run really quickly through what's gonna happen next, and then get on with the judging.
Yes. First of all, we've had loads and loads of entries, and we just want to say congratulations to anybody who sees their picture as we look through this gallery because you are finalists. Of the hundreds of entries that we've had, our first three preliminary round judges have looked through every single image to make their selections of the images that have gone through to the final. So thank you very much to Christina Nieborg, Margaret Allberg and Chuck Anarino, who spent a lot of time going through and processing everything to really make sure that the highest quality images have gone through to the final. So a little bit on the procedure. One of our main objectives in Made for Documentary is to be a learning educational platform to really raise the quality and the profile of the genre. It's really amazing genre of family documentary photography. So for that reason, we have a really transparent judging procedure of the finalists. The first round, the thing that we start with is to just go through every single image that has been selected for a finalist silently, just so that we can absorb those images. We haven't seen anything before, so this is going to be the first time that we see anything. After that, we will start discussions and a selection procedure to eventually narrow everything down to first, second, and third place winners and a selection of honourable mentions as well. So yeah, hopefully you're going to enjoy the process. We're really excited about it.
Yeah, so just to pick up on the judging process a bit more, one thing to say is we're judging everything blind. We don't know who's taken the photograph. We might recognise some, but yeah, we're judging it blind, and we're judging it against following criteria. That's us and the first round judges as well. In no particular order: image quality, how well the image represents the theme within the genre of documentary family photography, and our theme this year is extraordinary with extra in brackets. Originality, and our own instincts as photographers. And I think it's worth picking up on this to talk about for a moment because we all have different instincts as photographers. I think we all know a technically good image when we see it, but we'll all respond differently to things. There is that inherent subjectivity. And we've all, we call ourselves award-winning photographers, but we're also award-losing photographers, aren't we? We've entered things and we've lost things. And sometimes we've lost things because it just wasn't the right thing on the day. And we want to say to everybody who's entered, we really, really appreciate it. We can't do these awards without all of the entries, not just the winners. We need all of you. And if you see your image today, then huge congratulations, you are officially a finalist. And if you keep seeing it towards the end, then it's likely that you'll be placing. And at the very end, you'll see if you've won first, second, third, an honourable mention, or one of our judges' choices. But well done to everybody.
I just want to add in terms of entering awards, it's so important to put yourself in the position to even select the images and enter the awards. It's a vulnerable position to be in because we are all artists or creatives. We all kind of can be very unsure of ourselves. But well done for everyone. Well done to everyone who entered the awards. It's a huge step. And please don't be disheartened if you don't see your image today. It doesn't mean that your image was bad. It doesn't mean, it simply means that the judges didn't feel connected to it on this particular day, in this particular situation, or in this particular, with this particular criteria in mind. So keep submitting to awards, and please do watch the broadcast recording as well, because you probably learn a lot.
So our aim today is not only to reveal the winners and for us to go through that process for us three judges from scratch now, but to give you a lot of educational content. So We hope you enjoy it. We hope you learn something, and we hope that just by choosing images to submit, if you enter, that you already learned something. We want it to be a really valuable experience, not just to say, oh, I won something, but to really take something away from it for everybody. So enjoy, and I can't wait to actually see them now. I'm so excited.
So I'm going to share my screen. Can you guys see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'll do is just pause on each image for about 2 seconds, and we're not going to say anything. We're just going to look at them. And remind it it's the first time we're seeing them. Okay, that's it. Wow. Right. So we are going to go again. And this time we're going to say yes to images to put them through further.
And as soon as one of us says yes, it's through. So we don't need to, no one else needs to say it afterwards, but we might speak at the same time.
Yeah. And I'm going to go, shall I go P? I'm going to go P for pick, right?
Okay.
I got confused. You said you're going to go P.
No. Bloody Lightroom. And
We're gonna flag the images is what
we're
we
gonna
mean.
flag the images. Yeah, with a letter. Right. Let's go.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
I'm gonna say yes to this.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Which one? The loops one?
This one.
This one, yeah. Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes. I'm gonna say yes to this. It made me chuckle.
Yes.
I just want to make sure there's no delay. That's the snowy one you said yes to, yes? And the one with the snow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Sorry, can we go?
Which one? This one?
I was
No,
going to say yes. No, this one.
this one, yes, yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
The cheese.
Yeah.
Yes.
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 Sorry, can I have the previous one as a yes? Sorry,
Huh?
this one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The color one, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say yes to this one.
And yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Just to
Yeah.
confuse.
Same. Same.
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes. Sorry, this
Huh?
this one, yeah.
The airport luggage thingy.
The airport girl on the thing.
This one? No. Okay.
No. Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes.
The vertical one.
Yeah.
I'll say yes to this one.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, the
Yes
one
to the
before,
vertical
the vertical, so
tree
yeah,
leg.
yeah, yeah,
I'll figure it out, but yeah.
And then yes to this one.
yes,
Yes.
Yes, with the knees and the hair.
Yes, the beach knee.
Yes.
Yes.
yes, yes.
Okay, that's it.
Okay.
Right. So
Okay.
what we'll do now is look at the images just to double check ourselves. We'll look at the images that we didn't say yes to and see if there's anything that we want to,
List. Mhm.
anything that we missed, basically. Yeah, so these are all the ones. Shall we just look in the grid?
Mhm. Yeah,
Just make it a bit bigger.
bigger with.
Like this?
Mhm.
Okay, can we go to the next row? If we can move up row by row. I quite like that third one actually.
This one?
Yeah.
So we're just looking at the top row of the grid.
Can I pick the pink bath?
The back,
Put that one as a yes.
right, going back up to one.
I pick the girls' shop, please.
Hmm?
The
Which-
bottom.
Bottom left.
Oh, this one.
Blue. Yes.
Top right.
What?
The bubble or the dog pool.
Bubble.
This one? This one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm kind of intrigued by the curtain. I'm just going to pick that.
The girl on the stairs, second from the right on the top row.
This one?
Please.
Orange one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite like this one. I'm going to say yes to it.
Actually, the one on the left, the bus one, please.
The bus one. This one?
Yes. Maybe it's not a bus.
Okay. I just want to see this one.
I want to see what's written on the girl's leg with a deer, but I'm not picking it. The cow tongue, please.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, happy?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right, let
So
me.
how many have we got?
Okay, so we have 66.
Okay.
Nice. So what we're going to do next is we're going to keep whittling down images and discussing them and seeing which ones of them are going to end up being awarded, basically. And that's kind of like a long process. So we'll see what happens. So we'll start with this one. Do we want to keep it in this selection, or do we want to?
It's a yes from me.
I like to keep it.
You like to?
I really like the composition, the color palette. I like
Color
the
palette,
mood.
yeah, color palette, the amount of space that's including what's included, what's not included. It's all looking really, really nice to me.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'm going to start giving images stars, so it's easier for us to see
How many of us
how many of three of us agree, and then once we see how many images have 3, 2, or 1 stars, we can sort of make decisions going from that. It's not a determining factor, not the final determining factor, but it's just to help us.
So you like that one as well?
I like that one too. Sorry, I feel like you've said everything. I don't need to add.
Okay, so there was several of this ilk in the collection, but I liked this one because of the multitasking element of it and the raw, that just managing to cling on to everything feeling that you have when you've got a new baby, where you're trying to do everything at once and just manage to stay afloat. So the nappy with the baby's foot propping up the milk that's being expressed, with the muzzy on the other hand, the boob hanging out, the big knickers to hold the tummy in. The thing
Vest.
Sorry?
I think it's a pull down vest, but yes.
Oh, on the top for the mum. Yeah. The thing that bothers me slightly, what I wish was that her hand was more active and not hanging. That's the bit that bothers me most about this. I feel like the moment is slightly missing from her.
Can we please see the metadata? Because we invited everyone submitting images to include metadata if you can, and we can talk about it because sometimes it just helps with the education side of things. We can talk about the choices that you made. I'm thinking of it for this picture because I wish that the baby's face was in a bit more focus.
Well, kind of the
I,
same.
I
2.8.
agree as well, although I do think they've made the right choice of focusing on the milk because I think that is the story. But I think it's because the baby's looking at the camera, it's more distracting that it's out of focus. If it was looking to its mum or up, I would be less distracted by that.
Yeah, it's only 2.8 to ISO 160. There's no reason why this couldn't have been
Yeah,
Higher,
like 5, 6.
higher ISO.
I mean, yeah.
exactly.
Can
And I
we
think
see the
what's distracting for me is, as you said, the baby is kind of looking up and the highlight is on the baby's face. So I should be looking further into the picture where the focus is, but I keep coming back to the baby's face. And actually, we probably don't even need it, to be honest.
Yeah, actually, that would have strengthened it because then actually the depth of field would have been less of an issue if you weren't including the baby's face. I think because really it's a story of that foot and the milk. In fact, a close up of that, a vertical of that little section would have been great.
I really like the baby's face, and because I like it, I want to see it more clearly. I think that's the thing. If you make that decision, you make that choice over what's in focus and what isn't in focus, what's included, what's excluded. If there's something that is interesting and becomes an obvious part of the story, you need to show it in a readable way.
I mean, I'm appreciating that this is an indoor space, it's dark, but if you look at the metadata, there's so much flexibility in the ISO.
Yeah.
With I don't know what camera it was. Does it say? Can you bring the metadata up again?
No, I don't see it.
Okay.
I don't see it on here. But whatever the camera, most cameras you can definitely go more than 260. You can go to like 2000 at least.
Oh, at least, if not 64 easily nowadays. So in which case you'd have been able to move the f-stop to counteract.
Yeah.
Because the problem is it's not the background blur that's bothering me, it's the foreground blur.
Yeah,
and that is much more, the distance doesn't need to be so far from the focus point for it to fall out of focus. So you have to be quite careful.
It's not a layer, is it? So we talk a lot about like foreground, middle ground, background, and focus. So you can focus on the bit in the middle and deliberately blur a face or a figure in the front. But that's when you're doing an immersive layering shot. This isn't a shot like that.
Yeah. I think for that reason for me is like it's not really a yes for me.
It's the hand of the mother also, because that's where the focus point is bothering me.
Yeah, I'm going to say no as well, but I want to recognise it's a well seen moment to catch the bottom.
Exactly. I think it's a really good observation. It's a great picture. Not quite.
Okay,
okay. So I think I said yes to this one because it just tickled me with.
I do like
graphically, I really like this one as well. You know, the pointy ears and the point, all of the sort of points of her knees and
a bit of mirroring going on there with pointy elbows.
I love the bubbles.
Yeah. And the light is just in the right space. Like it's not easy because I think it's like an indoor pool or it's like late at night.
Right time,
It's not easy.
It is quite contrasty. And so what I mean by that is sometimes the edit can be a little bit distracting. If it's a lot of contrast, naturally that's completely natural looking, but sometimes it can feel like the contrast has been toned a little bit too far. I think there's possibly a little bit of both here. There's blown highlight. I'm finding the toning a little bit distracting.
I don't think the toning is too bad because if you look at the darks, there's a lot of detail in them. What I think is that they've exposed to get a reasonable amount of detail in the darks, which means that the highlights are a bit blown. And I don't know whether that could have been slightly brushed in post to adjust that contrast or to bring the highlights down. But it's possible that if you look along the arm and the leg that they are actually blown out. I'm going to have a look. Actually, we've got these open. Alice and I've got them open so that we can look better on our own computers. So actually going to have a look at that.
They're not in the same order, so
they are. They're quite tricky, aren't they?
It's a minute.
It's going to take me about what?
Yeah, I mean it's ISO 25,000, so it was really, really dark, obviously.
Okay.
Um, and it's kind of, but because it's,
But it's not dark because they've very carefully and really intelligently waited for the moment to happen in the light that's available. And the light that's available is very bright. And that has been overexposed.
Are you bothered by the foot, Emma? I imagine you are.
Where it's just clipped.
Yeah.
Still can't find the image.
contradictory.
Oh,
Okay, I'm gonna give it. It's still a
I'm
yes.
going to say no.
I'm going to say no as well because it's lost the detail in the highlights for me.
And Alice is a no, yeah?
I'm a no.
Okay.
Okay.
It stands out, this image for me, it stands out on the grid, but like when I look at it closer, I think it is very contrasty.
Yeah,
And
I think
contrasty, it bothers me more than the previous image because it doesn't need that much contrast here.
Yeah, for me, this edit
It's
is
over-edited. I think it's over-edited.
Yeah, I'm going to say no.
I do like, if you look at the number of birds and that they're all doing different things, I think it's a really great moment.
Yeah, but I think it could have,
They've all
I mean,
got
it's
their
obviously
space.
birds are unpredictable, but I think it could have been more action from the person. I think it's a bit lost. Or the position. I don't know. I'm not.
I don't know. I can see why they've done that because you've got the two birds on the left and you've got the one flying towards, which is actually what we were talking about before. That does create a foreground layer. The bird that's
the layering is really, there's lots that is really good about this picture. I'm not feeling it
It's not
personally.
grabbing me, no.
I'm going to put a yes to this.
You're going to put a yes on it, okay.
And that's where the subjectivity comes in sometimes, isn't it? It's the feel of it. Feel is really important.
Yeah.
This one I really liked.
Me too.
I like the choice of framing here, where you are or they are have focused on the drape rather than feeling the need to include the whole person. Because this is where the story is for me. This is the unusual part, the fact that they're completely comfortable and submitting to the shape of the horse is lovely.
Pony. Is it a pony? I don't know. I don't know enough about horses and ponies. But yeah, like I like the anonymity of this.
Yeah. I like how that arm is tucked inside the reins as well. It's encased. It's like got that extra layer of comfort and feeling of that they are completely at one with the horse.
Yeah, the textures are sort of comforting as well. I like the absurdity of it. The fact the horse's face seems to be almost in the wrong place and the kid's face is not there.
Yeah.
And it's cropped at the kid quite near the neck, and that's often a no-no, but sometimes it just works. And when the overall impression is one of absurdity, then things that don't work in other places can work. I do, however, wonder if I would like it to be cropped a little bit higher up on the horse or pony's knee. Do they have them? They do have knees on their legs. But I do like the detail of the stuff, the building in the background, even though I can't quite tell what it is.
I like the lens choice on this as well, because I feel like it's quite a wide lens because it has a feeling of that because they've composed it centrally. It feels like it's really pulling forward and jumping out of the frame. What is
46 mil. 46. That's interesting. So it's a 24-70 zoom lens.
Yeah.
Right in the middle.
Yeah, and it feels wider than a 50, definitely. What's the f-stop? Because the texture's lovely.
20.
20, yeah. That's why you got all the lovely texture.
That's an interesting choice, isn't it? We don't see a lot of f20 images. And in terms of originality, I would say that absolutely ticks the box of originality because it's going beyond 2.8 is one of the lessons I think we teach at the very beginning.
You've got to be really careful when you choose a narrow aperture because you've really got to be careful where you place your subject in relation to the background so that there's no there's so much detail throughout the scene. You've got to be careful, but they seem to have done a good job here.
Yeah. I think it's like just an unusual take on a person on a film. It's an unusual take on that situation. Yeah.
It's about the relation. It's about the relationship of the person with the horse rather than someone sitting on a horse.
Yeah. So is that yes from all of us?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I just realized that my grid is right now sorted by time taken rather than file name, so it's in a different order to what we've seen before, but it doesn't matter. We can just
Mhm.
Okay.
So we kind of came back to this. We pulled it out of the
Mhm. So
initial.
it was the anonymity again on this one. I do love the mood that slow shutter can create if it's used well, and this has got that sort of feeling of summer running through the fields.
It does, but I feel like the figure is not quite
So
there.
I also think that, which is why I didn't pick it the first time, because I also think they've converted it to black and white because they've slightly overexposed the figure.
Yeah, I think you can see it on the upper
overexposed.
half of the image. They really like brought the exposure down. Let's just see quickly.
And you
Yeah,
can
I
see it's lost on the foot. There's no texture in the foot, and it needs
Okay,
that.
so the problem is they've shot it at f1.8.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an iPhone photo. There we go. That's what
Oh.
explains it.
Oh, I don't know whether you have the choice with an iPhone. Do you? I'm not.
I don't know. I don't know enough. No, I don't know.
Okay, so it's 150. We have a choice of mode of taking, obviously.
There's probably a sports mode or something.
You can be creative in the way you like you can use night mode in the day. You know, there's lots of
Yeah.
things to play, but okay, well let's applaud it for the originality of getting a shot of this with an iPhone. The best camera is the one you have with you, and that's the one in our pockets half the time. So
Sure. I
yeah,
think
but
it's less kind of obviously the highlights were blown, but it's more the definition of the figure.
yeah, and that's in the edit as well.
There's not enough of the profile, I think. When you're running, you want a little bit of more obvious
I
definition of the
also,
legs.
like, for me as well, I've seen this before, this sort of thing before. So it's not, I love the mood of it, but it's not something new to me.
And if you've seen it before, because it's come up a lot, it's got to be perhaps an original take on it, or it's the image quality is one of the best you've seen.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't think it ticks those boxes. And I get more feel from the grass than I do from the person. The movement,
Exactly.
it's almost like they could be standing still, and I've got a bit of hand, and the light on the top doesn't kind of match. I'm not grabbed by it, but I do love the direction from the bottom right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
That's my favorite bit about it.
let's continue.
Okay. It didn't grab me the first time I saw it, and I would say no, even though I appreciate we perhaps don't say this because it feels so obvious, but if you are relatively new to the genre, photographing moments like this is absolutely valuable and valid. You don't have to have the face, you don't have to have neatness. Again, it's sort of an early thing to what's the word? Embrace with the genre, isn't it? But again, I don't.
Imperfection and the messiness. I mean, this is like a scene I think every parent can relate to. That's like,
there's some things I really like about it. I mean, there's things that you can't plan that have worked really well in their favor in this one, like the color palette's lovely. With the bib, the bowl, the
whatever that used to be.
Whatever that used to be.
And you cannot with a child like this that this is not a manufactured moment. This is just the baby trying to eat and get everything everywhere. So it feels very authentic, which I like. The mess is going up the sleeves and on all over the vessel, all down the bib, all over the face, in the hair, and those details have really been nicely captured in this.
But what do you think about their aperture for capturing the details? Because the focus is on the bowl, not on the mouth. I think it's probably a 2.8.
There's no metadata.
Okay.
I think here, actually, I'm not even talking about aperture, but I think the framing of it is distracting me because I think it needed to be a lot closer. I think it needed to be like really in, like maybe even cut off half.
Can you show that, Antonina, so that people can see what we mean?
I'm trying. Annotate. Oh, there we go. I don't
Just go to the develop module and crop.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Let me quit the annotate thing. I have so many of your faces in the way of all the other tools, so let's see. Okay, let's crop it. Ah, no, not compare. Sorry. Okay, so like it's not going to be perfect because I'm going to do it quick and dirty, but like I would have gone something like that.
I do like to get more of the elbow, like more of the arms a bit further to the elbows because I like them stretching out, not necessarily completely
Yeah,
together.
I'm not going to get it right here with
No, I like that. That's
yeah.
nice.
But like if you shoot in camera, you have much more control of what you can include, basically. So I would have, because I don't really need to see, no,
Okay, the focus is
It's the bowl.
God. I
I
promise
think that's
you,
the
I use
right
Lightroom a lot
focus.
more than.
I think the bowl is the right point of focus because I think it would be distracting to have an out of focus circle if you were focusing on the mouth.
I think you
However,
seem to be.
however, I think the whole focus range could be a bit more. So a higher f-stop would.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It feels like 2.8, and it should.
Possibly, yeah. And I think we don't need to see the chair and like whatever the other
You have to
chair.
be so careful with them. If you're doing a close photograph like this, it accentuates the blur really
Yeah.
rapidly because you're closer to the lens. So it's if you're doing close, try to get to 5.6 at least.
It seems like there's enough light to do that as well.
I think
Right.
just being aware that the way you move your feet affects the focus hugely.
I actually, by the
I
way,
would
like
notice.
I appreciate the angle of the body here. I know when Anthony, when you cropped it, you twisted it. But I like the fact that you can see the body turning to the side. I think that's part of it. You know, part of the baby reaching and trying really hard to get into the bowl. It's almost animal-like. That's what animals do. You know, my dog, my older kids aren't at home this year, so I've only got one at home, and I was feeling a bit sad with our advent calendar, so we got our dog an advent calendar this time, and it reminds me of her getting her treat from the advent calendar yesterday and trying to get her face right into her nose and her tongue into the advent
Good
window.
luck after Christmas with explaining to the dog why there's no more breakfast treats.
Okay. Right, so is it a no from all of us?
I really like it, but I don't think it's original enough for me.
Okay.
Let's go to the next one.
Wait, I really like a lot
love
of it,
I
but
like
I
a lot
don't like
about
the angle and the distortion of. I don't
Yeah,
like the size of
I
the head.
agree.
I love. I want it shot completely differently. I want to see the back with the bits of gritty sand on the sandy fingers, the touch, the slight pinch of the skin, the neck squished with
You
like
can
dirty
just
sand.
about make out the grains of sand on the back. I love the fingers.
Yeah, it's about the fingers and
Love
the sand and the
fingers.
back and the
Yeah,
spine to me.
yeah, and the shape, the curvature of the back. It must be on a really wide lens. Surely it's so distorted.
Oh my God, what's happening with my screen today? Like I'm pressing all the buttons and nothing, what I'm intending to do is happening today. Let's try this again. Oh my God, no. Sorry.
Develop?
I do use Lightroom, you know.
I'm just throwing a
It's
light
like I clicked on
tutorial.
something else and that's why it's like
Then loop overlay.
I know. It's just switched it off for some reason. I don't know why.
Okay.
24, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I think
Five.
because the angle is top down with the 24, it's really made this distorted shape. I think perhaps would have benefited being a little bit more straight on and looking down.
I don't know. I kind of like I hear what you say about the distortion, but I'm kind of like
I find it weird.
I'm kind of
I like the weirdness of the shape. It's something I like about it because the body position is quite contorted
I
itself.
think it sort of exaggerates it.
And exaggerates the contortion, yeah.
Do you feel that the contortion is that we see in the final image is intentional? That the photographer stopped and thought, where am I going to position the camera? How am I going to shoot this? It feels to me like the grab shot you take, and then you
I don't know. I feel like if it's their kid, then the kid does that all the time, possibly. So they
Well, I mean, you know,
I don't know.
this is it's a difficult thing to judge because have they
Or is it like
intelligently, have they intelligently thought about what a 24mm lens does in that way it exaggerates and elongates and pulls out the center, and use that to accentuate the weird contorted body? Or have they done a grab shot? It's hard to say. You have to give a benefit of the doubt, because I quite like the way they've used the lens to grab.
I do like it. I think it's unusual.
Weirdness. Yeah.
I think if anything, what distracted me is that figure.
Yes, that distracts me more as well. Yeah.
It could have been like just a step to the right.
I was going to say, I think they've intentionally composed it with that because of that figure there. Maybe it's a brother, sibling.
But that's so blurred that it's like it's pointless to even have it.
It's a bit more because it's blue as well, and it's taken that lovely color palette of the warm oranges and reds.
It's very pink.
It's very blurred, that person in the background and their reflection. And it's not a photo that's about layering and capturing other things. It's about the fingers.
Yeah, it's not the detail. Yeah.
And the sand and the discomfort of the sand on the back, which is probably why the kid's kind of doing this weird thing. I personally would still put it through.
Yeah, me too.
I'm gonna say no, but I'm happy for it to go. I love so much about it. I'm just really upset by the
I find it very interesting. It's not the sort of thing I haven't seen a lot of photos that focus in on that sort of detail and can use a lens that a lens that is prone to contorting in an intelligent way to accentuate something, and I think that does it.
Okay, I'm giving it a star as well. Okay, let's go to the next.
I'm just gonna find this one.
Yeah, me too. I can't tell if this is like.
I think it's very
feels like a weird.
So I picked this, and I picked it because of the mood and the feel. And sometimes that's a very strong first impression, and that draws us in, and then we want to have a closer look. So I really liked the shapes and the colour and the tones and the mood. I like that the pink was all behind her. I still can't find the bloody thing. Hang on.
I've got it.
Here, I've got it.
The hair looks really weird to me. It's like it's been.
She's dyeing her hair. That's what it's about.
Oh, she's dyeing her hair.
Dyeing her hair, and the hair dye is in the bath because the hair's got streaks of dark pink in it.
Yes, I can see that now. I thought that's an edit that had gone weird, but you're right. It's I quite like this one.
Okay, so I want to see the settings for this because it is. It's not soft. It focuses on the hair at the very.
Focuses on the hair.
In like the sort of the 15% towards the right is in focus. So it's 3:2. So again, if you're getting close
in like 80% of the image.
So we talked about if you're getting close to something, you maybe have to like stop down, but also if you're looking down on something, like if you're looking down on like two children and one's taller than the other, that distance between the two can actually be quite a large portion of the distance between the camera and the floor. So I think it's the same thing where I would have wanted a little bit more in focus down the bottom of the back, but I do quite like the mood and the feel of the.
I quite like the thing is because it's very abstract.
I
think you can get away with it. Whereas, like you said, if you're looking down, you've got like faces and things, and one's very slightly out, and then it will doesn't work. But this is
I like this
the abstract image. It's about shape and color and form.
Yeah, for me, what's distracting me is that the 80% of the image is out of focus basically, and like it's in my face. So it's a no for me. But is it? Yes,
I'm going to say yes.
I'm going to say it's actually for the originality of it. I actually really like I really like the way they thought about composing this.
It was like a landscape.
Yeah.
I think it's funny, this one, because the child is walking in water.
The timing of it is all important, isn't it?
But I think compositionally, I don't think that's with the figures in the foreground, I don't feel like
I don't think they're adding anything. They're not active enough in the scene.
I guess it's encouraging us to look at the thing. Look at this thing, it's unusual. Look, there's three figures looking at it. So they serve to draw attention.
And they are, you've got the invisible eye line of those people looking at the one who's stepping off, which is giving a line. I find that the boat and the
merging of the boat and the person, that's what's bothering me too. Yeah.
I think if the person had stepped to the right a little, you might have lost that merging effect. I love the mood that, you know, the light that they've caught where it seems quite foggy and, you know, very beautiful light with the I don't know whether it's an island in the background or something. That's
Yeah, I think it's a no for me.
I'm going to say no.
yeah, me too.
Okay.
Who put this through?
I put this through because I quite like the effect of the
Mm,
glass on the large part of the frame.
yeah. And the overlapping
And overlapping circles and the eye of the younger one. So you can slightly see the person taking the photo, which is irritating me. I don't mind that sometimes if it's part intentional, but on here I don't feel like that's intentional.
I
And
can't figure out which part of the person it is though.
it's their hands hold like it's a pink jumper or something, hand holding a camera.
Okay.
But
It's
because it's
Find
pencils,
it now.
not really bothering me.
This didn't grab me. I appreciate, okay, so I really like form and shape in images. I
yeah.
like graphic images. I do appreciate the circles and the layering composition. I'm not getting a lot from either of the kid. The kid on the right, the eye is obscured. I quite like the expression.
I think what I
It's not
like
giving me
about
enough.
the right is the distortion that you're getting from sort of refracted light and the glass changing the focus for us.
Yeah, but I'm not
But I
getting
don't,
the moment.
yeah, there's not enough going
Yeah.
on, I don't think.
I think if anything, the smaller kid draws me in more than
Yes.
the part of the biggest part of the frame, and the bigger kid, their position,
I
the
think the
position is
problem
not.
for me is you've got this big gap in the middle.
With the
Yeah, yeah,
reflection.
basically with nothing in it. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's
And that
something.
because you've got that slight reflection. If the big kid, if you waited and the big kid moved in, then you might have.
maybe. Yeah, would
I
have been.
wonder what it would have looked like to have shot the small kid through the magnifying glass of
Yeah,
the kid with the
also.
big kid in the
Although I
background.
do like how the shape graphically, how it cuts the circle of the smaller kid's magnifying glass into a moon shape, and then you've got the bigger circle.
Yeah.
I do quite like that, but
I think
yeah,
it's because when we look at the picture, we tend to look at the middle first.
Yeah,
There's nothing in the middle, and there's like a weird shape that is kind of distracting, and you can't figure out what it is, and then you start looking around, and I think that's what's bringing it down for me.
if you're gonna have sometimes you can't help but have your reflection. No, let me say that again. Sometimes reflections appear in photographs. Sometimes people do it very, very deliberately. Like Vivian Meyer, lots of like canonical great photographs with the photographer's reflection, and it's intentional. Sometimes it might feel like you haven't got a choice, but there's always something you can do at the angle you put yourself or your camera, even if you know you're going to be shooting something like wearing black. If this photographer had been wearing black, they wouldn't be as visible. There are so many things we can control, and I think sometimes if there's a reflection that doesn't look intentional, it comes down to image quality and ultimately experience with a photographer. It can be an edit thing as well. We don't suggest cloning out in this
No,
genre, but
no. But
but
just
it's just waiting for a slight movement from the older kid, I think, or because you are going to get a reflection in this. I think because the reflection's in the middle in that empty space, that's what makes it a little bit distracting. But like, you know, I actually quite enjoy both children in their own right. I like the weirdness of what's happening on the right, and that I actually love their expression leaning forward. I quite like that you can't
I think if
see.
anything, if we saw more of a reflection of the photographer, it might have actually been better.
Yeah, yeah.
But
this
because
is
there's like this wooden thing at the top, obviously you're not like reflecting in that.
I'm going to say no to this one.
Okay, me too.
Yeah,
I just want a bit more moment.
Yeah.
yeah, something else.
Okay, I need to look at this big. I love
This is
this mood of this when I
beautiful.
first saw
I
it.
love the mood of it. I love the sort of
Yeah,
old-fashioned
very
print.
beautiful.
Yeah.
And can we talk about how this is something very, very simple, like a kid and a window, and
Yeah.
it looks very, very artful. Just coming back to making something ordinary, extraordinary.
Yeah,
I love
it's
the
very
text
yeah.
so much.
The light is, it's not over edited.
Yeah.
The kind of the highlights and the shadows are honored.
Detail of the window,
Yeah.
condensation, fingers.
Fingers are beautiful.
Yeah, yeah. And the profile is like perfect. It's just
Yeah,
the
beautiful
position of the
profile.
face.
Very, very carefully composed so that
Yeah.
you the square of the frame really nicely included.
Very delicately detailed. I'm less sure about the toning around the thighs, the light, the shading
Where?
around the thighs of the kid.
Oh,
Struggling to see. I'm just wondering if a bit of post.
What I
do you think
I
it's
think
too
it's
dark?
okay. I wondered if it had been brought up a bit. I wondered if it had been. Sorry, having to look at the very bottom of my screen.
I don't know. I feel like I
No, I
can
think
still
it's all
see
right.
them. I can
I think
still
it's
see
good.
them. They're not like completely black, but they kind of allow to fall into
you
dark.
Yeah,
can
I think
just
it's good.
see the space between the legs. I quite like. I mean, it's very undistracting for me because it's disappearing into the.
Yeah.
What I was looking for, but I found it was okay, is sometimes you see a dark scene, and we teach people to shoot dark scenes and not pretend it's lighter than it is. But you see a dark scene, and the focal point of the story has been brought up too much, and it just ruins it because you look at it and you go, all I can see is an edit. I can't see the original thing. And I just wondered if there was a bit of too much bringing up the shadows in the bottom. But having looked at it, I'm happy with it. I really, really like this.
I think it's beautiful, and the texture in the fabric is gorgeous, and the fact that you've got this beautiful little side profile with his nose touching the crease and the hands and the elbow. And you know, I can see the weave of the cotton and the condensation of the window.
Do we have metadata?
Yeah.
So 2.5.
Yeah.
But it's a flat scene though. It's
It's
a
quite
flat
flat.
scene.
Yeah,
And
that's
they're
flat.
quite far away from the subject as well. It's like, you know, it's a full height window wall. So and it's the slither of, I don't know, maybe 30 centimeters that you're looking
Yeah.
at. So you can get away with it.
Mm.
And I think the important thing is that we do have all that detail. Yeah, so I think that's definitely yes.
And yeah,
Okay, so I like this for similar
I
reasons.
like this. Yeah.
Artfulness, the mood.
Beautiful light, really clever observation. I like that I think I actually like that you can see the hair of either the same child or a different child on the left. I
Probably the same child.
I think it's the same child.
So is it
It's probably the same child in the profile because
yeah, one child three ways.
It's really beautiful. I love it.
And the gold
Yeah.
inside the frame matching the hair, the gold highlight
and the wall and the color, the light.
So
it's lovely.
Palette is just beautiful.
Yeah, gorgeous.
Yes for me.
Yes for me. I love this one. It's a really good use of, talking of slow shutter, we talked about it before. This is a more original use for me. Really getting the ambience of their excitement, and it's accentuated by the slow shutter.
Yeah. Can we see the metadata?
Yeah.
We can actually see what they've chosen. So 25th of a second at f16.
This is very intentional. Like, I think this is intentional.
6,400. So 6,400 when you first start to increase your ISO. I don't know if I say ISO, and it's probably ISO. That can feel like I can't go up that high. That's really scary. It's fine. Absolutely fine. You can go to f16 and you can bring your shutter down if you want to play with that. It gives me a lot of confidence about the photographer just seeing those choices.
And I think, as you said, like the ambience, or Emma said, kind of capturing that gathering of teenagers where there's like a lot of movement, a lot of chat, a lot of excitement. It gives me the feeling of like being there with like all the voices talking, them all chatting, they're playing something.
Yeah, it's almost like it's got a soundtrack.
I can hear it, can you?
Yeah. And you can see so many of the facial expressions clearly as well. You know, quite a lot of the heads are in a clean space to read what they're the emotions and
Yeah,
feeling.
yeah. And it's like kind of going back to this idea, ordinary, extraordinary, like that the theme this year is this is like a very ordinary gathering. And if you'd photographed it with just like without motion blur, I think it would have been very boring. But by making a creative choice to accentuate the movement, even though they're not running, they're not cycling, they're not jumping, like the traditional situations when photographers might choose to use slow shutter, they're just standing and talking, or maybe.
And I have no, what I love about it is I'm not really quite sure what they're doing, but it's making me want to know. And I'm kind of looking to see if I can find out. So I'm looking
Yeah.
further and more into it. Are they in a
Is it an
drama lesson?
exam or something? Could it be
Yeah,
an
I think
exam?
how they get the results of an exam? Is it the last day of school? Are they doing it like some sort
It
of
feels like sheet music on the floor.
It does look
yeah,
like sheet
because one of
music.
them's
But there's
got a book in their hands. Is it drama, music? I don't know. It's got
it looks
lots
quite
of
dramatic. So let's talk
atmosphere.
about the more people you have in a photograph in a scene, the more it's really hard to get a good moment from everybody, to get good subject separation, to get little mini stories within the overall story, to build that storytelling. It's really hard. Um, and I don't think I've really seen slow shutter used this way that much at all. So the slower
No,
your
I think
shutter,
it's
the more
really
chance
well.
you've got of getting a good emotion on every face. I
But
think
they've
it's
got so many that
a
have
very
got
high hit
really
rate
clear.
of
There's so
emotion.
many of them have got really good expressions that you can read that have got space to breathe.
Yeah,
There's
definitely.
like just perfect amount of blur as well, so it's not completely
Yeah,
blurred. We can still read the faces, but we can see that they're moving. So yeah, I think it's just
Yeah,
yeah,
what's it
really
again?
good.
One
Good.
25th.
And I
um
love the
yeah.
framing of it where it's pulling it right to the sides and right to the top with the guy who's just like kind of on the shoulders of someone, I think, and then
Mm.
right down to the bottom with the person with the scorpion hat on. It's really pulling it in every direction to fill every that like increases that feeling of busy emotion, and the noise, the fact that it's really full.
Yeah.
So when
Okay.
things are like that, action is edge to edge, sometimes it just makes it feel so much more immersive. So you feel like you're there. The idea of having to, you leave a lot of space around people is just in this genre, we don't need to do that. Just get in there and show what it feels like for this type of photograph. So yeah,
This is a really good
definitely, yeah.
example of being able to imagine what it feels like to be there. You feel
Mm.
like you're
Yeah,
there in LA.
for sure. Okay, so I'll put 3 stars in it. Next
I'm
one.
going to look at this one bigger
Yeah,
on.
I'm going to look at this one on the.
Yeah, so just
So
to explain what's happening in case we didn't, because on Zoom images can look different, Emma and Alice are looking at a separate gallery so they can actually look at the image properly rather than over.
It's taking us a bit of time to locate them because
yeah.
everything's there. So we have to.
Okay, so I really want to see the data again.
Mm.
So that's 2.0. I've made this smaller now. 250th at 2.08 thousand. Okay.
So
Because
this is
I like the mood in this image. What's bothering me is the composition because the stuff on the right-hand side that's really distracting me from this beautiful person standing in front of the light.
yeah, that little bit of light on the
Yeah.
right. Yeah,
Would you rather not have that?
I would rather not have that. Yes.
yeah,
I
I think
quite
I
like
would.
that, actually.
I think my eye just keeps going there instead of like staying with the figure and the light.
So
And
initially, I liked it because it gives you a sort of triangular
Mhm.
points of reference. But I feel looking at it now, I think I'd prefer it if it was immersed into darkness and everything was receding into darkness on that
yeah.
side and more. But I still really like this though. I love the mood. I love the way that the light is glowing.
This is one I'm waiting for the feels to come. I'm waiting to like it more than I do. I do appreciate a lot about it. I appreciate the mood, the feel, the stillness. I quite like the window light being behind the lamppost. I like
Yes,
the
I quite like
That
that
part
bit
I
of
do
light.
like, yeah. I wonder if it could have been a vertical image. I wonder if it would have been better this way.
I
I
think
think
you'd lose the darkness though on the
that's true. That's true.
unless they could have potentially
Where?
brought the exposure down a bit because the light is overexposed.
is it? Oh, it's gone.
I do. I really like the mood of it.
Yeah, so with exposure, so like exposed for the highlights often, don't we? But if there's an actual light source, like say it's the sun, then you expose
You
that,
can
it's not going to
excuse
get
it,
so
yeah, because
I think
really what you want is the person to be exposed properly, and they could possibly have been a bit darker, but not much darker.
so we'd also say like don't include an extremely bright light source in some certain frames, but this is the light source is part of the story of the frame,
Yeah.
so it is important. Obviously, it's important to include it in this picture. So in terms of exposure, it's pretty much that. I'm quite intrigued by the thing on the right. There's an air of mystery. Who is this? Why are
It
they
doesn't
outside at
really,
night like that?
it doesn't distract me too much. And I also appreciate the edit that they're not trying to make it daylight colors.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They've maintained, and that adds to the atmosphere because they've again, it's like that immersive feeling. You feel like you're there because that's the color of street lights when you're out at night. It makes everything a muddy color.
I don't know. I'm not connecting with this. I like it, but I'm not like connecting with it like I feel I should, given how kind of mysterious and eerie this is. So I think that's still going to be a no for me, but is it a yes from both of you?
I'm going to say no, but I just want to say as well that at this stage we can like everything. We literally between us have liked
Well,
all
we
the
probably like
photos.
everything, yeah.
Yeah, it's whether we putting it forward to the next bit, which is to potentially be getting one of the awards. So
Yeah.
we can still like it, but not
Yeah,
100%.
we definitely.
I would still put a yes on this one. I actually really like the mood. It feels more
I'm going to
artful.
say no.
It's the artfulness of it that I enjoy.
Mm.
I always love an artful picture. This is sweet.
Who doesn't love
I
baby?
really like this. I mean, it's very simple, but I do really like it. I love the skin, the two skin tones, and you can almost see the fingerprints in the scene.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, you remember that, and it's nicely, what's included is nice. The hand and the feet and the bottom. That's what it's about.
Yeah, I do want to appreciate the simplicity of it. So there's like, yeah, there can be complex compositions, there can be artful compositions, but also there's something about the really simple images that kind of just
Yeah, beautiful color palette. You can see the cat, like, I don't know, maybe pajamas or the casualness of the clothes. It feels like a home, just a real moment. I quite like the blue light coming from the side as well, just to add a bit of atmosphere.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's window light coming through or something. But I love the texture of the cream on the bottom.
I want to crop the left and the top, so
Me
it comes
too.
down the back.
Slightly,
The amount
very
of
slightly.
black,
Yeah.
it's
That
distracting
top,
from the
that
simplicity
top,
of it.
top white bit in the corner. Do you want to show that, Antonina? Just take your fraction off.
Because it's important we see all of the hand, but we don't need to see
Yeah,
that.
you don't need the other side.
I do like the folds of the clothes.
Yeah, only a little bit, just from the top.
Yeah, just hard because I have your faces and Zoom and stuff, so I have to keep moving stuff around.
Just to there. Yeah, just there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I think I prefer that definitely.
I would go not quite so far in actually, because then the bottom's in a funny place in the frame. I'd go to just about there.
To balance kind of light here and light here a little bit more.
Yeah,
That little triangle of background on the left though, but that's not.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you can't really crop things in post. Like you can, but like it's always better to crop them while you're
Can you
shooting.
do even less? So I just
No, I
like
don't want to like mess with it. Can we
I
kind
would
of
minimally, because I think I would still keep some of the light under the arm on the left. It's otherwise because at the moment the bottom's on the nicely on the third. It's on the third, which I like. So yeah,
it's kind of hot, as I said, because I keep moving various windows. Can't see the screen from there.
yeah, I'd only go to about there, I think.
Yeah.
It's just minimal.
Okay, is there any going for us to go no, or do we still go
I
yes?
think we have to see it with the original crop when
Yeah, this is the original crop.
Yeah. This is just advice.
Yeah.
But teeny weeny modifications can make a difference. I like this. I put this through. I say yes.
But I wasn't sure, but the more I look at it, the more I really like the tones and the textures.
Yeah.
So I'll say yes.
Okay, no. See, there we go. Two. It's a no for me. I think I'll put this one through. I really like this. The light on the face is really beautiful and kind of being lost in the moment. It's very simple, but I really enjoy it actually.
Yeah, I like it as well.
Yeah.
I don't like the amount of a window.
Yeah. I'm not wowed by it, but I do
It is
like the
distracting. It is
light.
distracting, I agree, because the
Yeah.
light on the face is so beautiful. I think because it's reflected from the mirror as well. So it kind of,
Yeah. So I appreciate the intention is to show a bit of the door on the left, to show we're looking into someone's world. That is often used as a framing device, and sometimes it's really effective. If you didn't want to do that, you could have come to the left a little bit and then got less window in and still got her. I do
But
like how much of
what
the
I
left
will
side of her face we
say,
can see though.
in terms of this direction and just making the choice to include the window, I do appreciate how they framed it so that the reflection of the window goes into the door, and then you've got the darkness of the door so that the white doesn't flow into the side of the image.
Yep. Yeah,
So
that is
it
really good.
makes it less. If the edge of the image was this big long chunk of white, that would be really distracting. But because it's framed by the darkness of the door
Mm.
with the reflection, that is less distracting. But the beauty of the bit where it's reflecting on her face, and still I'm drawn to the white of the window more.
I really like the moment with her hand.
yeah. I think it's very like, um, it's the moment where the child is on their own and like
Mhm.
they're not doing it for the camera. Um,
Yeah, I'll say yes to this.
I would say yes to it. Emma?
No, no.
Yeah, okay. This one made me chuckle, which is why I put it through. Because it's like the figure almost feels like it's out on the outside of the plane.
It does. It looks like someone's put from the outside.
I suspect it's a phone picture. Yeah, iPhone 12.
I do like that the idea of there could be a figure on the outside about to get a horrible injury where the kid on the left has already
Yeah.
had a horrible injury. That does tickle me, but I'm not feeling this as an award-winning image. I think it's a great phone shot on a plane.
I think it's a really novel plane photo as well, because you
I
see
don't
so
know. I
many
feel
people.
like I don't know. I still want to say yes to it, even though there's quite a lot of like artifacts there in the shadows. Like I can see here that will probably lift it up. I feel like even like points for being do it on the phone. I mean, it's hard enough to photograph on the plane. Um, I don't know. I want to say yes to it. I want to indulge myself.
Yeah, I mean that's a photographer's own instincts.
Yeah, my instinct is
Our own instincts as photographers and mentors is the phrase I meant to say perfectly the first time. Um,
right.
okay, I love this one. Really love this one. I'm
Love
going to look
it.
at this big as well.
I,
Yeah, I saw sensor spots for like a tiniest fraction of a second first time I saw it, and then
it
realised it
almost
didn't
looks
flow.
like a vintage photo because of all
It
the snow
does.
looking like sensor spots. Um, I love the little figures dotted around, blending
Mm.
with the spots of snow, the atmosphere because of the snow, and the bonkers nature of being in water. Obviously, I presume it's heated, but you've got a
Yeah.
bit of steam coming off it.
So it's unusual, isn't it? And
Yeah,
originality is one of our criteria. It's an
yeah,
unusual scene, but at the same time, it looks a bit like a vintage Christmas card.
yeah. Literally, it's
Um,
got great texture throughout the frame. Like you can really see the snow on the branches in the background, and the figure of the people on the snow ski lift. You can
mm.
make them, the shape of that teeny person is incredible.
It's very pleasing. I kind of wish there was a tiny bit more space on the left-hand side to
Me
have a bit of
too.
space between the
Either
edge and the
either
figure.
space or that figure wasn't there.
Whereas on the right, we've got a lot more space from the most right-hand side figure. So
Yeah.
two things.
I think we need the both figures because like there's 2 skiers and 2 people
Yeah.
on the pool.
Mhm.
There's a balance. There's a top half and a bottom half balance, but then the vertical balance.
I'd be happy without that one because then you get a triangle shape from the top of the tree through the person down to the bottom 2 people. It would have been
Also,
stronger
it's
for me.
true. That is also true.
It would have come through probably that point between the 2 houses as well.
Mhm.
So I think that would have actually been stronger if you'd have taken that house out.
Mm.
I just realised I thought it was sky, but it's a forest.
It's a forest. Me too. It took me a minute to kind of go.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it
See
was
the
like
data on this one?
The text is
was-
incredible in terms of the
yeah,
5-6.
detail.
Because I thought maybe it looked weird because I thought maybe they brought down the highlights too much, and that's why it looked kind of grey. But then, yeah, it is a forest.
Would we want this at more than 5-6?
I don't think so because
Because they're so far away. Nothing is
far
very
away. It doesn't
camera.
matter. Yeah, you're almost at sort of infinity to kind of focus
That
anyway.
technical choice to do 5-6 when you're, I don't know if they're shooting from inside or from
Can you bring them up again, Antonina?
Sorry.
200.
yeah, they're shooting inside from inside. I think there's a reflection.
Maybe. Interesting.
Is there?
Yeah, there's 2 little light spots above the dark roof.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I don't know. Like I appreciate this image, but I'm not sure I want to put it through.
It's a yes from me, Irene, I guess.
Yes, for me as well.
Okay, we're a third of the way through, nearly.
Mm.
This is beautiful.
I love her face and the
Oh,
curtain on
love
the
her
right, the
face.
light, the
Her face, the fact that it's that,
It's a portrait. It's beautiful.
yeah, her hand on the head of the younger child.
Do we want to talk about portraiture and documentary photography?
documentary portrait, environmental portrait, found portrait, candid, not candid. I mean, so many different ways to do it.
I mean, completely relate that her expression. You just know what she's feeling. It's that feeling of, when you're really in the thick of motherhood and you just give into it.
Yeah, I think the light is beautiful on her face.
Absolutely
And
light.
I think the cropping, the composition is really, I think, mindful. So they haven't cropped
Yeah.
the ear here. I think it's perfectly placed. And at the top, the head is cropped a little bit, but like just in the right place. So it doesn't like encroach on like this area between hair and forehead.
I'm quite interested in what the letters on the picture are saying. I don't think that's the point of the image at all, but when you've got text in an image, it can be very, very distracting.
I think because it's not clear, so it doesn't distract me.
Yeah, but it is definitely something to like be aware of when you're composing around things that have text in.
And the colours are gorgeous again. I mean, that bit of luminous yellow t-shirt on the older child could be distracting. I think they're really fortunate. There's those, it's reflected in the colours in the painting.
Yeah.
That
I love all the lines on the body and on the face. It's like,
both the kids' clothes are like potentially problematic, but technically it's done really well. So in terms of image quality, I think this is very high.
Yeah.
And I loved it. Like the younger child seems to be looking across to the older child who's looking up to the mum who's looking out of the window. And the way that she's taking you out of the frame into her daydream.
There's nothing that obviously I think it's obvious it's a portrait, but there's sort of relaxing, there's a certain relaxation and like vulnerability and trust to the camera. Like she doesn't seem aware.
It's very, very
it's very comfortable. She's very comfortable.
And the fact, the children aren't distracted by the camera either. They're all in their world.
Yeah. Okay. So I think it's a yes from all of us.
Yeah. This has got a lovely sort of
kind of vintagey feel.
Yeah.
This could have been taken like any time. Everything has
50s. It like has a 50s, 60s feel to me.
Yeah.
Right?
apart from the throwaway nappies.
Yeah, apart from that.
I love it. I mean, I love that it looks like maybe twins and an older sibling, and they're, trying to emulate the older sibling, and the little that they're all in an active position, and it's kind of going from the bottom up in a diagonal to the right.
Yeah.
It's
The lines and
lovely.
shapes are great in this. The
The toning is lovely.
Absolutely beautiful.
You know what we were saying about how it can be too contrasty in black and white?
Yeah.
This is gorgeous.
Absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to look at this gallery as well.
Similar to the photo of the window, they've been extremely careful with how they've composed this to make sure that that square of the gate has got even amounts of space all the way around.
Yeah.
Very lovely.
So it's a very simple moment, relatable, simple childhood moment, and the treatment with the camera is there's nothing distracting in it. It's just perfectly placed, very, very well thought through. So we just see this simplicity. Bang on, I can't find it again.
And we were talking about how sometimes people bring up, they'll brush over the thing that they think is the subject of the image to bring it up. I really appreciate the toning on this and how they haven't, because you can see that where they're standing is in the shade and the sun is to the the left of the frame.
Yeah.
But because if they were in the sun, their nappies would be bright white, and then they're not, because they're not in the sun, and it feels right because that is where they're standing. They shouldn't be the brightest part, and the temptation would be to brighten them.
Yeah, it's a great choice to go black and white. I wonder if it could be film, actually.
Might be.
But then it wouldn't be
the dimensions are
transformed. So yeah, dimension, it's not film dimensions at all, but it just has that film feel.
You've got a lovely diagonal across from the top, from the bottom left to the top right, where it splits it in light and dark as well, which I
also really appreciate the like, what's the window thing called? Like a fence on the window? What is it? Like a
grid or something?
Grid or something?
Yeah.
It's almost still like a jail, and when they're trying to get out of jail.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to start at that light to dark bottom gradient.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
Matching. Yeah, this I just sometimes you don't even know what you're seeing, but the impact of the all the little things that have come together in the image is really strong.
I think sometimes we can have an immediate reaction to an image, or I really like it.
Yeah, it's great.
And then you don't quite know why, and then you start
to break it down.
And there's so many pleasing elements and symmetry and balance and lines that inform that immediate gut reaction of I really like it.
Yeah. So yes.
It's a yes from all of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, look at this big. This is a great moment, isn't it? Full of personality and moment.
I love her wonky teeth. There's some new and old teeth in there, which is lovely, as well as and the expression is absolutely spot on.
Yeah, really like this.
I like this. My only issue is with toning.
I was just going to say my only issue is that it's slightly brown.
Yeah. Obviously it's a creative choice, but it actually is distracting me. Because it's neither color nor black and white. It's kind of in the middle. It's black and white, but it's like with very warm black and white. Yeah.
Do we say this is black and white, or do we say this is
sepia? It's not sepia. It's because sepia is much more brown.
Yeah.
But it's got like warmth in the darks, in the shadows.
I'm not sure. Not sure. You love it?
Apart from that, yeah.
I do find myself distracted by the toning. I think I would have been more immersed in it if it wasn't. Because it's a very immersive image. Like the emotion is right there. And it's like, oh my God, there's a bug on my face. I mean, I've seen this type of image before as well. Like it's
little things like you can see like the texture of the skin on her fingers and her nails cut short. The teeth have still got the bumps where they cut through the skin. There's some really, eyelashes are lovely. I actually wish that the bug was in focus, which it isn't, but
Yeah,
it doesn't
Yeah,
because it's so contrasty.
me
I'm
too.
not
I
so
guess it's not about the bug, is it? It's about the,
Her
her
emotion.
reaction.
yeah,
Yeah.
I like the softness.
I like the softness of the picture. It's got a vintage feel to it, like a timeless feel to it.
Mm.
There is
Um,
sometimes softness that is wrong, but then sometimes softness that is right.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's about her reaction to the
yeah,
thing, and that's all in her mouth and her eye creases.
and the contrast of her skin to the dark bug, you'd still know what it is. You know, it's very
Yeah,
clearly.
and the softness of like the focus and the hair and the softness of the bug. It's like a tickle, isn't it? It's
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
pleasing and it draws you into the emotion. And again, that simplicity just is so just the strength of the feeling around something so simple. Again, coming back to the theme of extraordinary. Um, yeah, the toning is the only thing that I feel is questionable
Oh,
for
yeah,
this, for us, for this.
So
it is. I really wish they hadn't done it in this brown. But I love the shape of her fingers as well. They're so delicate.
you're saying what you're saying then? Yes, no? I think I'm gonna say no for me because I'm just really distracted by the toning, and it's like my personal thing.
Well, so yes from me. I think it is slightly warm, but I just love the moment.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I like the moment too.
real
I'm not
feeling.
keen on the warm edit, but I like the moment
Yeah.
and the focus.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to look
So
at this one big as well. I really appreciate
this
the
one I put through
position.
because it's got so many people in it, and I think you've got to give credit to people who are trying more complicated compositions with lots of
Mm.
people in the scene. And this work, every person has got their space.
Massively complex. I mean, it's pretty flat for a very layered. Look at the
Quite
size of
flat.
the kid on the right and the kid on the left. That there's a lot of distance there, but it does look really flat, which is in
I
itself
think that's
interesting, isn't it?
to do with presumably the f-stop. Yeah, it's an 8, and it's a wide scene, so yeah, you're standing
I
quite
feel
far.
like it should have been more than 8. I feel like it should have been like 22.
Potentially.
I like that it's 100th. I like that little bit of movement in the ball. That
Yeah,
works really
but
well.
Yeah, 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 I like
but
that.
ISO could have gone up and saw the f-stop, and then because the foreground with the kids. Oh no, it's motion blur. It's not
Yeah, it's motion blur.
Yeah.
motion blur because I've just looked at the figure on the right. It's like
The figure on the right is
Jesus.
really sharp.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Okay. So
And
I got confused
the
then.
texture on the wall at the back is really sharp.
Yeah,
It's the
it is
motion
really
blur
sharp.
of the two kids because they're moving. I
Yeah.
love the shape of those two and the shape of the guy running against the wall at the back. Colors are
It's
great. The color palette of blues and oranges is lovely.
I love the perspective as well, shooting from like
Yeah.
down.
yeah.
I think if anything, there's a little bit too much space at the bottom. I'd have moved it up a little.
I
Possibly.
quite like the little bit of orange leaf or whatever, just to bring in
Yeah, I
more
like that, but
shade.
I would have lost half that distance between the leaf and the bottom. Just moved it up a little in.
I don't want any more sky at all.
Mm. But I
Um,
don't feel like I want the figure on the right either because he's not doing anything.
a
The
little
big
bit more moment from that figure would be good, but I do love how the left and the right figures are mirroring each other. They're just looking inwards
Yeah,
and
me too.
pairs of
But I
activity.
think it's so big.
He needs a bit more. I really appreciate as well from the little guy on the left that he's looking to the right, and you trace him up through the shape of the other two, and it goes straight up in a triangle up to the head of the other
Yeah.
guy
Yeah.
along the
I mean,
bottom. So
it's
there's
really
really
like
nice,
complex scene, well executed.
really
I
interesting.
like the branches, the sort of delicate branches on
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
And the streaky color from the
Mm.
concrete at the top.
Imagine actually shooting this. So you find your frame and you wait for the action to play out, and there's going to be a lot of action. Two pairs running around with the ball, two figures watching. You've got a lot of chances to get this right, perhaps. And I do think it's a really brilliantly timed moment. Both the feet off the ground on the left, be able to see the hoop a little bit, the hair as
The
well.
shape of the two boys at the background are also really good. But you know that they're an active pair with the ball, and the other one's an active pair with the ball. And you've got the bookends of the big and the little character on the side. I think it's really, and the color palette's gorgeous again.
Very,
I think
very
it's if anything, I think it's a little too contrasty.
Yeah, that's my only thing as well. I don't like
It's a bit crunchy, which is particularly evident on the two main characters.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's.
But I still, I don't know. I mean, I love it.
About the motion blur because it's been made so contrasty. I think it kind of looked. Also, I just want to say, like, they play into different games.
I mean, look at that hair that's curling up on from the one that's jumping that you can't see the face of. The wiggly snake hair that's just, and the fingers of the other guy is great.
So if you look at the top, the bits of wall and branches, it's the colours and the detail is quite delicate.
Yeah, really delicate.
But it is a bit, maybe it is a bit saturated. But then it's when you come to the figures where we've got, that crunchy edit. Well, what we mean by that, it's very saturated, it's very contrasty, so we're losing a bit of the detail.
Just want to look at it. Let me look at it big.
And that's detracting from the image.
Detracting from the image.
Incredibly well timed, well composed, well framed shot with lots of moment. I would like more moment from the kid on the right because the hand is up to their mouth. So they are doing something, but they're not doing something which expresses.
Yeah, even if he actually like had his hand in the pocket or something, would have been probably better.
But I think I'd rather he was in a completely neutral position, like the guy on the left.
Yeah, to mirror that. So the more people you have in a picture, the more complex it is, the harder it is to get it to look good. This is like ticking so many boxes that are really hard to do, especially if you're just starting out shooting in the genre. It's really hard to be able to create a picture like this. So I want to acknowledge how successful this is.
But to be honest, like his position is distracting me less than the crunchiness of the two. I wonder if they've brushed, because they're. Do you know what I think that they've done?
Brushed contrast on top of that.
Brushed contrast onto the two main characters because they've got motion blur.
I think we should have just built it
alone. I think they've tried to sharpen the detail through.
Which is why I think I got confused that it was aperture.
Yeah, it's fine because there's motion blur. And the motion blur is great. So you don't need to bring contrast into it. Because if you look at the other characters, they're not too contrasty. It's just those two. So I think that's what happened there. I think they've thought, oh no, that's a shame, I've missed focus. They haven't missed focus. They've got motion blur and it's slightly spoiled with the country.
I think I appreciate the image, but I think it's a no for me.
It's a yes from me still, because I think it's
it's a yes for me. I think it's
more complex than some of the other images, and you've got far more opportunities for things to not work when you're working with more people.
The personal taste is one thing, but we can see when an edit is a compensatory thing, can't we? And you don't need to say it in the edit. You're already saying it in the moment, the timing, the composition.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Go to the next one.
Well, this is another beautiful one that could be like a photo from 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Sally Mann type feel to it. It's also a little warm as well, actually.
It's quite warm, yeah. Less so than the mug, but it's warm. But it's I think the tone is
similar, actually. Can you flick back to the one before?
Is this the same photographer? Maybe we don't know.
We don't know.
Unless we happen to recognise something that we've already seen elsewhere. We don't know.
I like the mirroring almost of the child and the cat.
Yeah, me too.
And I like that we can see it's like a play structure, but it's not. It's quite blurry. 1.2. Oh my God, that's why.
Wow.
Okay, and it's at 1,150th, and nobody's moving.
No.
And
but
it's
I think the 1.2. I think this is the correct decision here, because I don't want.
I think so. You don't. Yeah, the background isn't serving any purpose apart from being background, and I think that it's more of a portrait about them, and to bring detail into the background would have been distracting. I love the position of the two subjects.
I love the wood on the bottom, and I
Yeah.
like how then so you have the wood in the book like this, and then the steps go up like that, and I love the wooden structure of thing. I kind of just want the photographer to just do that, and this never works on Zoom when we do this in mentoring a lot, don't we?
Is that because of
I kind of want
the
the photographer to
white,
move to the left.
blob by her head?
Like a boat or something, yeah.
So you either put that entirely behind the face, or you move a bit.
This blob that's the brightest part of the image, apart from the sky, is this white blob next to the play structure. And if you would have just fractionally moved, twisted to the right, her head would have masked that.
We look at the brightest bit of an image first. It's a thing, grabs the attention first.
Yeah, and I think even though we can use aperture and background blur to isolate, and I think also just to say, because the photographer is fairly far away from the subject is still in focus, but the background, because it's so far away, it's blurred out, so it creates this wonderful separation between subject and the background. But I think you still have to be very mindful of your position and move your body. So not relying solely on blurring the background. You also have to look at okay, what's merging with the head? Because it's
obviously the head, the person is still popping out because the background's blurred, but there is this blob that's right next to her face. The other, actually, alternatively, you could have moved to the left so that she was in the middle of the frame, and then it's her proximity to that blob that's the problem.
Yeah. I think I would have tried maybe to move right to block, so that her face block the blob, and then it will be actually a more balanced image probably as well.
I like the background thing, the play structure. I would have liked that to be behind her more. I don't like that it's just nipped at the top. I think there's so much of it. I love that it's taken as a vertical. There's vertical shapes in there. We've got this lovely diagonal. I love that it's that way round. I just want it to be a little bit more moved.
I also like that you've moved
right and get the top of it in shot.
The diagonal from the bottom corner goes up and then out of the screen, then back up through the steps to the top of the tower. I like that zigzag that you get. I actually think it's a beautiful photograph.
I'm going to say yes, despite I don't really like the toning, the blob, and the top of the structure, which is quite a lot of things I've just realised, but I do still really like it enough to say yes.
I like it enough to say yes.
Fight over things later, can't we?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll say yes for now as well, just because I think the position of the hands and the tail of the cat, they're kind of like this is what sells it to me.
And the
whiskers, I don't know if it was a split second situation where it had to be done this way.
You know, the whiskers of the cat are gorgeous as well. I don't know if you
see. Yeah. Okay, let's look at the.
I really like this. I like this. It just makes me smile. There's a slight absurdity to it.
Everyone else is ignoring it, and they're the two kids that are like gonna watch.
It's got a bit of a Wes Anderson feel to me as well. The composition of it, with it very sort of symmetrically. They're positioned beautifully in the middle of this dark bit of concrete with the light either side of it.
Separation
by the tree trunk on the right.
Yeah, but I appreciate that they've not included any sky.
Yeah.
You're immersed in what's happening here, and then they are taking you up to the sky with their body positions. I love that they're the only ones doing this. It looks like
exactly
it's an eclipse, but everybody else hasn't come to the party yet.
Well, I think everyone is there for that. So I think everyone's there for that, but it's not started yet, potentially.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Oh, I think I can see. Maybe no. I was going to say, is there a pair of eclipse glasses on the ground just behind the boy's left shoulder?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Or is that something else?
Maybe no, it is them.
Might be.
I'm just wondering if the eclipse was like a week ago and they're still just enjoying looking at the sky. I think
it's the eclipse party, but it's just either too early or too late.
Yeah, I really like it. It's funny, it's graphically impactful, and it's the mood is
another. And again, I know there's only two subjects in this particular photo, but the background is complicated and it works.
Yeah, I'm gonna say yes.
Yes.
Works, yeah.
Okay, I've seen a lot of pictures like this over the years.
Yeah.
People being slightly naughty in fridges, reaching, whether it's kids or animals. It's a funny thing to take a picture of, but that kid has not put that chair there.
Okay, so no.
So I don't believe this kid just, I mean, maybe they've put the chair there actually, but they look a bit small to have done it entirely by themselves.
And like to have it so perfectly holding the door as well.
Yeah. So even though I do like this type of picture, I'm not sure this is the best one on its then the originality thing doesn't quite come in, and I'm not sure if it was maybe set up a little bit.
I also don't think the framing is brilliant on
Right.
this. It's not quite straight verticals, which you want
Yeah.
in this.
I think if you do it, like I think
and
it
you've
has to
got,
be immersive in the fridge. I think the fridge is big enough
yeah.
to like just be completely in the
But
fridge.
either you literally go into the fridge or you pull back and get a bit
Yeah.
more of the
Yeah.
surrounds.
And show how small the kid is. And
You've got a little teeny weeny bit of stuff on the left and then a bigger chunk of nothing on the right.
It's an interesting composition where we do see quite a lot where you take it from that same distance the whole time, close enough to catch the kid if they fall down.
yeah.
And sometimes I just want to just step back. I want to see more of the context or go in
Yeah,
really close. I
or
want to see
going
just
close.
what's important. So 10% of this picture is a silver fridge door and a bit of wall.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's not 10% important, it's 0% important.
Yeah.
So
Okay, well,
But I
it's
think of the amount, it's real estate, the picture, the
yeah,
frame, and you're wasting
yeah,
space. Nothing happens
compositional
there.
weight. So please
Yeah.
keep taking pictures of naughtiness in fridges, but because it's
I think what they've done is they've done it and they've composed the kid in the middle, but actually that's probably not the right choice. You could have gone in closer and had the kid to the sides, reaching over, or come back and got more of the kitchen.
I want a
And
table with food on. Maybe there's
yeah,
an empty kid's seat.
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, the
Moving on.
story isn't enough.
yeah.
Whereas this one,
I
This
love
one,
it.
I
I
love
love it
it.
so much.
I love this. Sleeping with your birthday balloon is just gorgeous.
have they tied that to his hand in his
Yeah.
sleep when he wakes up?
Yeah.
The story is really like there, isn't it? I'd love to see the data on this one.
Oh, that's interesting. So I could be either. It's like he's had such a good birthday, he doesn't want it to finish, and he's gone to bed with this balloon, or the parents tied it for waking up. Both nice stories. I
Yeah.
wish I wish it was slightly in on the right though. That
Me
car wheel,
too. I'm so like looking at
and
the car wheel.
dustbin. Oh my God, it's so annoying because
Let's
it's
talk about this.
color and the light is so beautiful, but it's just spoilt by that.
My eye just keeps going.
Oh,
Going in the corner there.
I
When
love
you're
the blue light from the window and the warm light from
yeah,
the hall or that's shining
and
in.
the colours in the balloon. So when
Gorgeous,
you've got a
gorgeous.
scene like this, you can be on silent shutter. This kid is asleep. You can take your time. You can find your so micro composing is when you might get a grab shot. I'm just going to I'm going to get a shot of this, a frame of this, and then I'm going to take my time, just change my composition a little bit, change some settings, move my feet. You get it just right. You've got time.
They've done the exact same thing as the person in the photo before, where they've put the person in the middle and they've not thought about what's happening at the edge.
Yeah.
Actually, because they put it in the middle, you've got a distracting edge and you needed to think about the edges. Can you go?
I would have liked to see more of the pillows, like just move it.
Yeah, it would have been better to go in that direction.
Or a vertical. I would have liked a vertical of this.
Yeah, that could have worked.
I think that would have worked really well.
Antonina, can you go into develop just to show what a difference it makes if you take off that window? Obviously, it's doing it in post and it's not going to quite work perfectly, but just to show how much nicer that is.
Yeah. Even like I think up to the curtain.
Yeah, and then go
get that light.
We
don't want to see any light on the right hand side because the lovely light from the left is so good.
Yeah. And close that so we can see it in full. Yeah, look at that. Gorgeous.
Yeah.
That's the image I want. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm going to reset it because we can't judge it.
I'm so annoyed. Because it's such a lovely story as well. And the colours are gorgeous.
I'm still going to say yes to it just for now. And
yeah, so am I, because it's got an originalness to it. And the light, there's a lot of things coming together that are beautiful. You've got to think about your edges. If you come onto any of our courses, particularly the Turning Chaos into Art course, you'll hear us talk about edges a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. This is one of my more favorite ones, I think.
Yeah.
I'm going to say no. This is where it's so, I'm not going to swear. It's so annoying
It's so annoying.
because it's so easy to not make that mistake.
Yes,
And that's why I'm
yes,
cross actually about this. This is
yes.
why I was going to swear. Because everything I said
I
about how you've
want
got
this.
time.
Yeah,
So in
yeah.
terms of image quality, there's unless you took one frame up intending to microcompose and the kid woke up from this very deep sleep instantly, I don't think this photographer considered framing as they were shooting that much at all. And that,
It's what I said. They've centered the person and made it about the person. But they've not
yeah.
thought
So
about
I'm
what
going to say
else
no
is there.
in terms of image
But
quality.
I'm gonna say yes because I love the moment, the photo, the color, all of that. And actually, I've put through the cat and the girl also center composition where they've not thought about the position, also in a slow moment where you have got, I
Mm.
think you've got more time. Both, I know she's awake, but there's definitely time to take another photo there. So I'm going to put both through.
I think the cat and the girl one was a bit more different because it was 1.2, whereas this is that window frame's in focus-ish. I can't see the 2.8. Oh God, 2.8.
It's as distracting for me. This one's on the edge, that one's right next to her nose. So they're both the things that are irritating needed to be adjusted by position of the photographer.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's the same photographer. But yeah,
What's the verdict?
I'm going to say no, but I'm cross
Emma?
about
Yes,
saying
Yes. Okay.
cheese.
that
Cheese.
is so funny. This made me laugh. I've never seen cheese stretch quite that much.
The cheese
It's
texture.
funny in food photography tricks, they use glue on pizza so that when they do that shot of the pizza slice, it's actually glue. You don't need to, just get whatever cheese this is.
Yeah,
Yeah, the moment is good, isn't it? It's a really strong moment because it's very funny, and we've got both kids
both of them. Yeah,
doing things, and they're both having a strong reaction, which we can see. We can see more clearly in the boy than the girl. But the light
yes.
on the white cheese just works, doesn't it?
Mm.
I actually like the cheese where she's holding it, dangling down in
Mm.
that space.
What's the aperture? I kind of 2.8.
It's quite dark. It's 12,000 ISO.
So this is a mealtime shot that's more interesting because I haven't seen it before.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
I don't know. I'm not gonna. I think it's a bit wonky. Can you see? I can see on
it's a little
corner.
bit,
Yeah.
and like, I mean, you could if you straightened it, you'd lose his fingers. So
Yeah.
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 I want to say well done on shooting at 12,000. I can't
Yeah.
remember
what's the sorry, I haven't
eight,
seen
8 or 12.5.
12,
8,
12,000, 2.8.
12,800. Yeah.
okay, that's
That's yeah,
maxed
well
out.
done for that.
I don't know. I'm not connecting with this as much, so I'm gonna say
I love the moment, but I'm not quite in on the composition of
Yeah,
it.
I'm not quite into the composition either. I think I don't know how else she could have shot the two
No,
kids doing this like this.
yeah.
And I'm
yeah,
thinking the value is in having two of them do it, not just one. And then you could have got a great shot of either of the kids in a cleaner composition with equally good moment. Um,
but that would have
it-
been a bit boring because it's just one, and this is partly to do with the relationship and them both doing it. So
yeah,
No,
uh,
I get all of that. It's just like, yeah, I'm not really. I
I'm
think
not
it's a
I'm not
really strong.
thinking
It's a strong shot, and I think it's a great shot for like to
it's a
have.
strong moment,
Strong
but the
moment.
composition and the light aren't quite pulling it through.
yeah. It's not quite as clean or as
I mean,
Yeah,
I think like one of the things we often talk about is you have this triangle, right? The exposure triangle where you have no, it's not even an exposure triangle. It's like getting the settings, the technical oh my God, I just lost my words. Technical things right, having the moment right, and having like the light right, and everything coming together in a really strong, like award-winning image.
yeah.
If you have a strong moment, it's still a great picture, but maybe the light it wasn't quite right, so you struggle with settings, or it's not as beautiful. So
Mm.
everything's sort of aligned in the same frame.
Phil's been brought up a little bit more than the boy has had to have been brought up.
Right.
In
So
terms of the shadows, when I say brought up, I mean shadows lifted. I can see that in the girl. the edit on the girl.
Yeah, I think it's a no for me.
Yeah, I'm going to say no, but I think it's
Yeah, no for me too.
okay. So I wanted this in because I like the sign that says girls, and I believe it's just boys sitting.
I think that's the kind of
I
the
think
point.
it's a clever composition, like clever observation.
Exactly, yeah. So it's well seen. So sometimes a photograph is really well seen, and this is I think where extraordinary and ordinary come in as well. You look at a really ordinary moment, and so the juxtaposition of things, especially in like street photography, but as well as taking that bit of street into family, you just put two things in a frame, and suddenly you're having this whole relationship between things that you wouldn't necessarily have thought
Yeah.
about if you're just in that moment in real life, but you make it into a photograph and you're saying something. So there's two sides that say girls. There's a lot of pink and blue. You can talk about gender, shopping, the life of going out with your kids, with your clothes shopping or whatever. So I think it's a well seen moment that then so there's been an artful interpretation of something. However, there's not really a moment or anything happening after that for me. So I don't think I'm going to say yes again, but I would appreciate the things that made me like it in the first place.
And I think also just settings wise, the reason I saw like all of what you described, like I saw it said girls and it was just kind of supposedly boys, but because the foreground is so blurry and I opened the settings up and ISO could have gone much higher to allow for wider depth of field to really best be able to take in the sign girls and then see all the boys. The blurriness of the words is distracting me.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
I'll
it's
say
about
no.
in terms of and this is really borrowing from the street photography genre, um, which is a close genre to documentary.
Yeah.
And I think it's well observed. But
It is definitely.
I'm not going to put it through for me.
And I think, like, just to say, I think we all appreciate this kind of humorous observation. It's just that it needs to be executed in a way that is better.
It's really, really well observed because the photographer is making a connection that isn't there. They've made this. But it's not quite enough to make.
I like this. I like groups of teenagers hanging out, or they're maybe not yet teenagers actually. I find it interesting in a way that you get a different type of interaction within a group than you do with younger kids, and we see a lot of younger kids in the genre. I do see moment on relationships. I guess the more I look at it, the more I want there to be more of that.
Yeah, I don't see enough. I think, the groupings, the threes, the light colors and the dark colors is nice, but I don't get enough from the different people I don't get relationship or moment.
I think it's good that
So I just want to say that for a scene like this, again, we keep coming back to this, but shallow depth of field, you basically just have the foreground group in focus and the background group is not in focus because it's 2.8. Whereas looking at the settings, you could bump your ISO up, which have allowed you at least to go to 5.6. So at least we can see more of the girls.
Yeah, and actually in this sort of thing where you want to get more of the scene in focus, you would focus to the back group, not the front group, because that automatically extends your depth.
Yeah.
And that spoils the image for me. Like, even though there's maybe not enough moment, I think I would have liked it more if it was like there was a deeper depth of field.
Yeah,
when you're shooting,
quite a contrasty edit as well, which
I think it's like blown out. The sky is blown out as well, so you really
Yeah.
actually need more aperture here because it's a bright day, clearly.
when you're shooting a scene like this, just tilt the camera down a bit. You don't need the sky, but I would like to see more of the boys' hands or their
also.
legs. Have they got cans
But
of
it's
drinks
also
next to
what
their
we were
knees?
saying about using the real estate. You've lost the
Yeah.
kids' hands in the bottom left, and yet you've got sort of a fifth of more than a fifth of the thing is taken up by overblown sky.
Yeah, I'm going to say no for this, but I appreciate that. I wonder, if there could have been a better shot in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think as well, it's like, what we were saying about how, I mean, it's a multiple person shot, but none of them are moving. So you've got time to adjust your composition.
Like just stay there, get the composition right, and wait for the moment because they're going
Yeah,
to be sitting there and eating for a while.
yeah, yeah. None of
And
them
the
are
girls could
moving.
have been chatting. Like the boys
They're
could
all
have maybe looking
sitting.
at the girls, and the girls could have
Yeah.
been chatting between themselves
Mm.
or laughing to each other or something. Yeah.
And
You just got
actually,
to.
the most interesting moments are coming from the people that are slightly too cropped out, like,
Yeah, yeah,
close
yeah.
as well.
Because
You've
they're
got to
talking down
keep
people.
shooting, just shoot, shoot, shoot
Yeah.
through something like this.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I think I'll put this one through.
Yeah, so I like this apart from the light that's I wish that person on the left was hanging his head down more because the
Yeah.
light's catching his ear and that's what takes me out of this because I do like this.
It
I
feels
wish
like the
you were in
person
the
on the left
position.
is a grown up and the other one is a kid.
I don't think I think they're both kids.
No,
If you
I
look
think it's the dad.
I think
no,
it's the
look at
dad.
there's
I don't
hairs
know.
on the legs. It's a kid. I'm sure it's a kid.
True. No, you're right. Yeah, you're
It's
right.
definitely a
I'm not
kid.
really feeling this one.
Yeah.
I really like the light on this and the sort of it's evening or morning light.
I like the light. I like that it's F8 actually.
Yeah, I quite like the
I like
white
the suntan lines,
socks,
the
the suntan lines. I was just
Mm.
gonna say the
tops
socks.
and the legs on the first person.
Yeah. But like
Uh,
looking at it closer, like my immediate reaction was, I really like this. I really like this. Like I love anything to do with water. Give me a picture with water. But like on close inspection, and I like the person on the right, as you said, I'm like just hanging
yeah.
completely down. But you're right. Like looking at it closer, I'm like, actually no.
I
If
wonder
they're
if
both hanging down, I think it could be quite interesting. Like, are they putting their head in the water? Are they trying to
Yeah,
fish? Are they talking underneath? But they're not because that other one's lying flat and it's accentuated by the light catching his ear.
yeah. That's very.
Uh,
I think if it was completely in the shade, that head, it would have been better.
it's a lovely, simple graphic composition, but because it's simple graphic, they're not moving. I expect more.
I think it could have
Like if-
been stronger in its
yeah,
simplicity. I wonder if
exactly.
it's vertical, maybe with the vertical legs, sorry, the horizontal legs and the horizontal slats of wood,
Yeah, and
and
just
then the
water.
the sea above it. Yeah, so I'm going to say no.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
There's a lot going on here. I'm going to look
Yeah.
at I'm going to look at it big. Find
It
it.
is quite noisy, as in it's ISO 12,000 at f8. So I just want to give props to the photographer here because they've obviously wanted to make sure that everyone was in focus or like not blurred. So they've made that choice to go to f8 but bump the ISO quite high.
Only 100.
But I
Well,
think maybe it's a bit too high on the ISO.
mm.
The outside light tells me it's still daytime.
I think it's a very interesting scene, and it's one that my eye lingers on, and I want to read around the frame and see what's happening. But there's not there is the direction of the chair in the bottom left going towards the table to the wardrobe. There is a sort of diagonal in it that is helping, but other than that, I feel I'm just slightly on my own trying to read it, trying to ignore the spotlight on the frame and the half chandelier.
Yeah.
Um, I feel, yeah, I feel a bit like it's a photo without a map. Does that make sense?
And also the people are not
Yeah,
It's not a moment. It's not a.
there's no moment. It's an interesting scene. There's lots to look at. I don't like the edit. It's too bright for me. It's either been overexposed or they've
I think
brightened
they overexposed it
it
because they
up.
went to ISO 12,000, but they didn't need to. They could have
No,
showed it would have been
is
much
that
gentler.
we were saying before how you can go really high with
Mm.
but even once you get to 12.8, even that starts to get a bit crunchy, especially if you adjust it afterwards. But this doesn't need to be this bright. It's inside a house. And you
Yeah,
get
and the
bright
lights are on.
window. Yeah.
It's okay to let like some things fall into darkness and like let
Mm.
the window light is right in front of the table.
Mm. So
I'm not sure there'll be enough light on the chair, on the armchair.
But that doesn't
Which is
matter because
probably
you don't need to see the back of the armchair.
it's
You
true.
can have it receding into darkness.
Mm.
I also think it's slight like that because they're obviously on a really wide zoom lens, 15 to 35, and they've got 21. I think
Yeah.
you could not. It's got so much distortion because it's at 21. If you look at the lines in the
Mm.
picture frame and the window and things, it's too distorted for a straight line scene. The way that you need to be
a lot of
careful about how you
vertical.
shoot when you're using such a wide angle lens, and it's not using the width in a way that's comfortable for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, I just want to pick out a little positive. The girl at the table with the TV behind her head, that's a good example of putting somebody in front of something so their face stands out. If
Yeah,
you have a TV in the
the
room,
other
quite often,
child in green as well is in a quite. They're actually all in reasonably good places.
yeah. So quite often we'll shoot, especially for clients, use with a TV in the room, and it's a good thing you can use sometimes to isolate a face.
But I'm gonna say
Lots
no.
of
I'm gonna
interest
say no.
look at it, but it's just yeah, it's not. There's not enough going on, and the lens is wrong.
I think this one actually, I think it's potentially the same.
Oh yeah, is it the same?
I think it's the same girl.
Really?
Yeah. And now this one I really like actually.
I like this one.
There's a
Very
connection here.
tender. Very tender.
Very tender. There's lots of
Yeah.
the way the hands are with the face, and the kind of the bending into.
Yeah, and that they're holding each
Yeah.
other.
Yeah, I absolutely
Really
adore it.
lovely.
Yeah, I think this one
I
is.
think it's beautiful.
I love the mouth.
Yeah.
We're gonna say yes to
I'm gonna say yes to this one.
Can I
Yeah.
keep moving?
I love
Right.
this.
I love it. I didn't see the graffiti to start with.
Oh my God, I've just seen it.
Bigger.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a yes for me. The
It's a yes for me. It's great.
humor, the Easter egg, the graphics,
The graphic
light,
shapes
it's
are
just
wonderful.
beautiful and hilarious. And it makes me just laugh like a
And at f6.3, you've got lots of detail, and none of it's merging or distracting. It's just lovely textures and shapes.
I want to look at it a bit closely. I'm going to pull it up in the gallery as well.
I wonder if it could have been a bit closer on the left.
Potentially not, because of the fact that they're standing on water, you might not be able to get closer.
But they're on the zoom lens, so they could have zoomed
Oh,
in.
are they on the zoom lens? Okay, I'm
Yeah.
looking at the gallery at the moment. I can't see that.
2470.
What's it? What's the
61.
And it's
They could have just
61.
zoomed a tiny bit more.
tiny bit more? Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of shadow, like in the water.
Although I do like that it's got the bottom is in water, that it shows the water under the strut of the bridge.
True. I mean, just maybe I would have taken a little bit off the left. But I do appreciate the kind of seeing the structure. I think there's a railway bridge potentially, or like a something. We can see Best Western, so it's like a motorway or something. So they're obviously doing something quite dangerous, these boys.
I love it. Yes.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. It's great.
I'm gonna say this too.
I like the layering here.
Yeah, I like the layering here.
There's
I like
three
that it's
pairs
quite
of
close, yeah.
girls doing this. It's not perfect, but well done for getting the one pair at the background perfect in the middle, because all these kids are moving and spinning. Let's acknowledge this. These kids are all moving and spinning as you're shooting this.
I
And
like the immersiveness of it, the fact that you
Yeah.
are like part of. It's like you feel like you're another
You're
person
dancing with them, yeah.
because you
So
could
it's the
shoot this
feel
from
of the
further
moment.
away. You could shoot this from further away and get one pair here and one pair there and one pair there, so they've all got their own space. But actually, this feels more like you're in the action because
Yeah.
you've got bits and pieces of them.
And you focus on what the kid nearest to you. So they could have focused on the two kids at the back and had this blur layer at the front, but it totally works. And we've got this pair on the left where we kind of can only see one of them a bit, and we've lost one. And we'll talk a lot about you shouldn't have chopped this off, like the hand on the bottom right maybe, but sometimes it doesn't feel like it matters as much. And for me, it doesn't matter as much here because I feel like I'm in the middle spinning with them.
I think because it's a moving, everyone's moving, those edge points where the body is coming out of the frame, it isn't so important because it adds to that feeling of moving in and out.
Stories going out.
Whereas if it's a portrait or a still thing and you've got like, I don't know, a little bit of a finger cut off or the neck or something, then it feels more problematic. But here,
yeah,
I
would say yes to this one.
Yes to me.
Okay. Like with this one, I feel like it's a nice moment. It's funny, but there's nothing more than that.
Yeah, I feel like I want. So I when we went back, I put this through
Yeah.
just because again, as we've said this before, it is so much more difficult to get a great frame when you've
Yeah.
got lots of people in it, and they've got
great subject separation.
everyone's got their own space, and there is a good something good happening in the front.
Yeah.
The back, not enough.
They're just watching it. If they were doing something really different.
If anything, I know I've said that, you know, it's great because you've got everybody in their own space. It's actually about these three at the front, and I want that to be a vertical with the bubble going out, them all blowing the flower bubble thing and the little kid at the bottom. That would make a great vertical.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to say no for this one.
Yeah, no for me.
I'm going to look at this one close up. See the focus. I'm not sure about the focus on the eyes. I love the expression.
The expression, the scar,
I love
the light.
Scratch. Yeah, the scratch is.
And kind of like this stare at the camera, but it's not playing to the camera, which I think is often when people make portraits like this. The kid's acting for the camera.
Yeah.
But here the kid is not.
Yeah, I think the focus is fine.
Yeah, the focus is sharp on both eyes. They must have used a reasonably
3.5
narrow 3.5. Yeah.
This is one of those pictures that when we see it in the gallery, it looks so much better than the Zoom version. That's why it's important we're doing it this way, that all three of us can see.
You see, the focus is, because it's 3.5, the focus is soft on the hair, the fringe at the front, bangs, but it's sharp on the eyes.
Yeah. I really like the scratch. But
Yeah,
I think again,
I think the scratch is what makes the picture, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, otherwise it is a portrait, but that scratch is the thing, isn't it? That's the thing that grabs you.
I'm going to say yes.
Yes.
Okay. This is fun.
Yeah, I really like the moment and the contrasting moment between the kids at the back and the older kid, I think, at the front. I'm not. Oh, that slides a bit.
I
quite like.
You know what? I actually don't mind the slide.
I mind up on this.
I like the slide. I think what I don't like is the stuff on the left.
Stuff on the left annoys me, and the
slide is fine. Slide, I think, adds like an anchor point because it's going.
Yeah, it puts some balance on the the right side, but I'm more annoyed by the amount of space at the top and where her legs are cropped at the bottom. I want it tilted slightly more down to get more of her, less of the top, but also at 3.2 she's really out of focus, and I know they're focusing through,
but you know what, like I don't
make her sharper.
I would like her sharper, but because she's in the position that she's in,
but she's not a foreground layer. She's not a foreground layer because she's
true. But also the focus is on the boy.
Focus.
Sometimes you just look at a picture and doubt whether the photographer saw the edges, saw the composition as they were taking it. I'm not convinced that the photographer
I don't think they
micro-composed and went, I want that much hedge. I don't want any more of the girl. I want that bit on the left. I want that much of the slide. It feels like the small kid is the dead center of the screen, of the frame, sorry. And it was, I'm going to shoot this moment with this little kid in. I think it's brilliant that the girl in front is like that. I really, really like it. And the light is great.
So important. She needs to be more in focus for me because she's small in the frame, which means you're quite far away from her. She's not a foreground layer. And plus they're tilting down, so it flattens the scenes. So they're all in a similar plane because of the angle of the camera and their size in the frame. And she's out of focus too much. I need her in focus. I need less on the top and those things on the left. It's a shame because actually I really like her.
She's my favorite bit.
She's
the best bit. So I just don't feel the intention is there with this one, so I'm going to say no. I think the potential is really good. Right, I want to see this face big. I love that squish and the situation.
I
And
feel
the
like the composition here is not ideal because it's
Yeah, there's the
cropped.
composition for me that's wrong.
Yeah, and I get it. Like it's probably the parent as they're traveling with all the bags, they've spotted this and sort of grabbed this, but it's not.
It's the
It's
same
not the
problem where
control.
it's exactly what we've said a couple of times now. They've put the person in the front, in the
yeah,
middle, not thought about why they're doing it and what's
okay.
happening at the
Right.
edges.
I think
Let,
it maybe needs to be a trolley on the left and the warning sign on the right, and
But
kind
the
of
warning
those.
sign is cut off, so I can't see
Yeah. So it needs
what
to be
he's
remove the
saying.
warning sign.
Could the warning sign be helping say, like, tell a story about her
yeah, the
sitting
warning
there?
sign. So
I
the
can't
photographer has
tell.
deliberately included the warning sign because it's about not trolleys are not allowed. I
But
think
we
the
don't know
trolley's
what
in
they're
a
not
place it's not
allowed because
allowed in.
they've included the sign, but they've not included the detail of what
Yeah.
we need to know from the sign. And it's what you were saying before about words
But
being
the
really
more words there
important.
are, the more you just sit and
You've
read them
got to
all.
be careful. And on here, we're looking at those words, but they're cut in half, so we don't actually know what they're saying.
So what
And
I
you've got
would
all
like
this wasted space on the left.
Yeah.
What I would like with this picture is to get all that stuff on the right out of the way. And I want this kid on their own in the
Yeah,
middle of this
yeah.
scene with a bit more sky. And I don't know whether it's blossom on the ground, there's blossom trees in the foreground. I'd really like that shot, clean left and right, maybe a bit of shadows fine, kid right in the middle. I want to
Vertical.
defend center subjects. I
I don't
personally
think that
like
the
center subjects when the picture works. I do think that lots of people do it by default in an early stage of their development, creative development, where they don't yet learn how to do something else. But I think it's almost a rule break situation. You learn all the rules and you learn how to break them for your own style. And competition is brilliant.
This, I'm assuming, is a personal photo because they're on holiday. So they're 99% sure it's personal. And it's a really cool expression, that boredom of a kid traveling.
I love the
You've got to make a decision. Are you telling a story about what the kid isn't allowed to be doing? In which case, you need to frame so that we can see exactly what the warning signs are. This bright pink thing on the side as well, really distracting. Yeah.
so for a minute, just
There's nothing on the left at all. You've got plenty of space to move over to incorporate that if there is a story that connects the warning sign with the child. If not, you've also got this person that's sort of cut off, which is a bit irritating as well. If not, it's what Alice said. It's a vertical image, really telling the story of the child bored, traveling, worn out. And then you've got the problem that it's too far from the bottom of the frame in relation to the top of the frame because the suitcase is almost being cut off at the top and you've got all this space at the bottom.
let's acknowledge we've got pink blossom on the trees and on the ground, pink shoes, and I think the pink bag may, I'm not sure, I think possibly it's not been done that carefully, but the pink bag may have been included on purpose. Sometimes it's good to include things of colour, the same colour, to bring that accent into the frame.
I'm not sure that they've thought about that.
In the it doesn't work in this situation, but I want to acknowledge that it could have been intentional on the photographer's part. I think there was a cracking picture in here.
I don't think that they've
haven't
I
got.
don't think they've thought like that because you wouldn't include that if you've got the red writing as well. I think there's lots of things that could have worked
Yeah, but
here,
I think
and they've not thought about any of it, and it's not working. There's no, there's so many missed opportunities.
what I want to say to this photographer is you're seeing the right things, but you're not seeing some of the wrong things. So please keep doing it.
I
think
agree.
there's a lot of potential. I think there's a lot of potential in this
They've
image.
seen lots of things, and what you've got to do in a situation like that is think, what is the thing that I want this photo to say?
Is this the story? Because you could go in close.
Yeah, is that the story? Is the story that she's on the trolley and shouldn't be on the trolley? Is it a colour story? What is the story? And then frame for that story. And maybe you've got multiple stories in this situation, and then you take another photo because you can't put them all in one.
And I would like to say that sometimes we rip into a picture because there's such great potential in what you have seen that it makes us I want to shoot this scene and you're making me want to shoot it because you show me something that is really visually interesting, but I don't there's a much better picture in here, so I think there's a frustration when we look at it that we're like, oh, you like so close. So yeah, well done for seeing it, but
yeah, well done for seeing it, and it's very cute. So I liked the colours of this and the
The yellow, the red
shirt,
flower, the ginger
orange,
flowers and
ginger hair,
yeah.
orange shorts, orange flowers, orange and
This is
green.
what we were just saying. You can make a picture where the story is the linking elements of the same color, which just gives this beautiful like sense of balance and artistry to the film. I'm wondering if the background foliage is desaturated.
What do you mean, very, very background?
Yeah,
The what is it? Chrysanthemums, and then there's trees. If the
So the
tree,
background trees look like some sort of pine tree, which has a bluey green
so are the
tone.
blues down and the greens up?
No, that's the colour of pine tree. Some pine trees are that sort
some
of
pine trees are kind of this
yeah,
bluey.
they're a bluey colour compared to
Questioning that because sometimes an edit, when a picture's about color, sometimes the edit can just be what we're looking at. We're looking at an edit rather than we're looking at a moment. So I really like this. I don't know whether the composition is right.
So I was just going to say, we talked a lot about people with like the one before and a couple back, where they plonked someone centrally in the middle of the frame without thinking about what's going on around the edge of it. This one works for me centrally. You've got, they're sitting in the middle of the vegetable patch. They're like a cabbage patch doll, where you're actually sitting on the fabric that's preventing the weeds with little holes in. You've got the texture of the flowers, the gorgeous colours. I think it's lovely. I like the position that they're in as well.
I would like,
Yeah.
sorry, Antonina.
I was going to say, is it a yes?
It's yes from me.
Yeah, I maybe don't want the background trees in it. I want to go in.
I'm wondering about that as well, because
I also
I like that. I see that balances the bottom color for me on the
yes.
That's true. That's kind of grayish and grayish.
And I think if you took them out, we would lose all the flowers that are poking up as well. So I think it's really important to have them and they fit in the color palette. It creates a balance at the bottom.
You could also shoot from the left through the flowers. I would be
It'll be a
interested.
different picture, obviously.
Okay. Different picture, yeah. Yeah, yes,
Okay.
for me.
Yes. Okay.
I want to see this one big.
So I got intrigued by it. I kept sort of umming and ahhing about whether I want it or not. And I wanted to bring it in just to kind of have a chance to look at it properly. Now that I am looking at it, I am distracted by blown out corner in the right.
The white right bottom
right corner. I like the curtain. Obviously, it's a very old curtain. There's lots of stitching. There's some rips.
So what it feels like to me is like that they're backstage waiting for a performance, and that's like the sort of theatre fabric that you get that's stitched and like
but I'm not like
thing, and that they're looking at. Maybe it's the kids backstage that are watching what's going on the stage, but I feel it's slightly camera aware for me.
In defense, it's not blown out.
No, it's not. It's not blown out, but it is.
But it's blown out. It's just too bright. It's very bright.
I think the composition is off. I think there's a really interesting element, something interesting in it, but the composition is off.
Yeah,
I think the edit could be much
I'm gonna say no.
sharper, because then it would give the feeling of looking out onto a performance. So it doesn't need to be that bright, because even the face is quite bright considering they're behind fabric.
Yeah. Okay. We're just gonna move on.
So this one is a mood thing, because this doesn't look that sharp, but I love the mood of it.
I'm going to say no for this because of image quality. I'm not sure.
I want to have a look at it larger. Hold on, let me just see.
I don't mind it actually.
Yeah, for me, it's one of the occasions where it feels moody because of that, and slightly.
But I do wonder if it's the edit that adds the mood. It wasn't taken this way. It feels like it added grain. I still like this one, even though.
Yeah, I've had a look. You can see
weird.
I can't quite work it out because the fabric is sharp.
We've got the metadata.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I couldn't see. 250th. They're swinging in a hammock, so the
I wonder whether it's a movement, because actually, if you look at the ribbing on the kid's top, the bottom, and then you've got the fabric on the hammock in the top right, and those have got more texture in it. I do love the mood. I think it's really sweet, but slightly too fluffy for me.
It's not an award-winning image to
me. Technically, it's not. Like the mood is lovely. Like,
I'm going to say yes to it anyway, because I like it.
I like the shape of the two hands, with his curving round that way and the little kid's curving the opposite way. Her expression is love, but it's just not quite technically good enough for me.
Yeah, so I'm saying yes to it. Okay, next one.
Okay, I liked this. I like the kind of weirdness of it. You know, it's one of those images where you can have a single kid in a frame and there's something slightly weird about it, and we all get very excited, right? But you know, I like the wallpaper.
I love the
I like the look of the
Basically.
guy. You know, if there isn't really much moment there, actually.
Because
I
if you
also
compare, like if you
don't.
compare this one to the one that we all love, this one, right?
Yeah, but and
That
also
single kid looking at the camera, but yeah.
But also, if you compare, I think more of a good comparison would be the one of the kid in the plants.
Yeah.
I think the plant one is better. There's something about her. It's a combination of those two because we've got eye contact,
Yeah.
but it's composed more like the other one. And I don't know, there's something
I think
slight.
it's staged, more like feels a bit staged.
Oh, there, there's a
doesn't-
big picture.
Yeah.
As in, not that we're saying that's obviously we've put through.
I mean, it's a portrait, so
It's a
you
portrait, so it's not the stage.
so
It's the camera awareness more than anything. Kind of doing it for the camera.
there's something that's annoying me about a little tiny
I think-
smile on her mouth. But I mean, I'm drawn in by the gorgeous light and the gorgeous wallpaper, and that's
I think
lovely.
it's vertical as well. I like the shadow of the banister on the wall, but I don't think we need the
I
right
think
hand side.
if you remove wallpaper, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
agree.
I'm happy to move on from it.
Yeah, this one I like.
But just to clarify, sorry, because we did that quickly.
Mhm.
Is anybody saying yes? I just
No.
said
No.
okay, right.
I think we added this one in later as well, and so
I really like.
I really like this one. I like the composition of it. I like the foreheads and the face of the spongy thing on the top right.
Yes, I do.
I like so we were talking about not wasting space in a frame, and like all their heads are in the top third, but there's stuff going on in the bottom third. You can see the humps of their body in and out of the gorgeous flowery duvet, and that you can't really see faces apart from this one.
Yeah,
it's lovely.
12,800 as well. So again, well done
Yeah.
for pushing the ISO.
Yeah.
It's a yes from all of us. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I think it's a bit underexposed and pushed up actually in post, but
Yeah, I think it's been. I think the highlights could be softer.
Yeah, but there's
But
some.
but that's just
with the image.
Nothing's blown. None of it's blown out. It's not. There's nothing technical. I think that's probably a slight taste thing. But I only just because there's no bright white. It's nice. I like it a lot.
the faces are too grainy for me actually. I'm looking at the.
I don't mind it because it's obviously a bed.
I don't mind because it's shot
bedroom.
What I mean is they've been brought. I think they've been brought up, so the grain is worse. And had it been exposed correctly in the first place, I think the shadows have been brought up.
Or that you didn't need to bring it up because
exactly.
They're anonymous anyway. Yeah.
The girl on the left, the kid on the left, that face has been brought up.
It's the ones on the two on the left because obviously they're in the darker side of the room, like the window.
I'm sorry, I've changed my mind based on image quality. I'm saying no because don't bring it up if it was exposed. I think it was properly exposed, but don't pretend they were lighter than they are.
I'm still saying yes.
I'm saying yes because the main character's fine. This is a bit like the fridge photo earlier.
Yeah, I feel like they've plonked the baby there, and
I don't think it's carefully composed with the edges. You've got bits coming in at the bottom. It's a bit wonky.
It doesn't do anything to me.
No, it doesn't do anything for me. There's too much other stuff that's not needed. You've got lots of blank space on the right and the bottom.
Yeah. Okay. If maybe the child was sort of playing, not looking at the camera, I might have.
Yeah. Also, or if they were like curled up, so it looked a bit like they were washing, like a pile of washing or something,
Yeah.
So I do see intention in the composition at the bottom corners.
Okay.
Bits of carrier bag.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think
that's not enough though. They're just irritating.
I think that's also potentially better than it being just white. I like the weirdness of it. I like the weirdness of the kid's expression. I like the, in the very best way, I like the kind of danger of the kid looking quite small, high up. There are things I really like about this picture, but
I just
yeah,
think
I get a bit of the fridge feel to it as well. But kind of, I think what I like about it is I like the idea, sort of stepping back from it, that the photographer did that, sit there and take your picture, and the kid's like, "What? Like, really? I'm sitting up here on my own."
I think this is. I think there's more intention in this than the fridge one.
Definitely.
But I don't think the choices are good choices that they've made. I think it should remove the window frame on the left, come in a little bit tighter on the bottom, so you've got those irritating bits of bag that aren't in or
Step back
out,
more. I think step back more.
and then take the Hoover out, because the Hoover's not part of this. This is about washing. I'd go in personally and just get the piles of washing, the kid, the pink bag, the washing machine, the fabric conditioner on the top shelf. Those are the details that are of this scene.
Okay, I'm saying no.
No from me.
Alice?
I'm going to say yes. I accept there's quite a lot wrong with it, but it's just doing something for me.
I like the angle of this. I think this is something
Yeah.
I've seen before. It's interesting.
Getting really close
Yeah.
intentionally. An unusual composition on the sort of stick and
Yeah,
tag,
yeah.
catch and ring.
And I mean, it's kind of misfocused, but I'm not that in this particular photo. It's more about mood, and that's kind of, I'm okay with it.
Mm.
What's the? Oh, we haven't got
So, yeah, no metadata. I
I've
think
seen this
it
picture.
was one of those pictures where it was like very quickly done, obviously. So the focus is not, I don't know where it is even. But
I
it's
wish I could see why he was sticking his tongue out. Is
yeah.
is
Or
he
maybe
catching
there's, you know,
snow
you
or
don't get to
something?
know. You don't get to know.
Oh, yeah, no,
That's
you're
the mystery.
wondering, it's snowing, but she's in, or raining, but she's
Right.
in her little top. I don't
I've
know.
seen this picture before, and I know I remember reading the context of what's happening, and I
Ah,
can't unknow that. And this is one of the things that's challenging for us, to see a picture for the first time, to try and feel the impact of it for the first time. But it's all, which is the main problem we have when we recognize work. But it's actually equally difficult when we can't unknow things we know about it. And
I
the
know
things
nothing
I know
about it.
about it, I'm not seeing in the picture.
Yeah.
And I think,
but does that matter? Because actually, a picture is there for you to make your own mind up. So does it matter that you're not seeing what's happening, but it's not giving enough information to just know?
I
I
think
think
some
it's
of my
kind of a good
appreciation.
thing that if you don't know everything, it makes you start thinking more.
Yeah, but I can't unknow it. I can't
No,
unknow
so
it. I can't see
Yeah,
it
yeah,
like
I know,
that.
I realize that, but the fact that you're
Yeah.
saying, "Oh, I know all this information," it's not saying that in the picture. Does that matter? Because the picture, without knowing that, is making me wonder what's happening, which is a
yeah.
kind of good thing.
For me, sometimes the mystery, and we talk
Yeah,
a lot about it, I think, in general, is sometimes you want to leave the viewer, well, basically with any picture, you want to leave the viewer sitting with the image for longer than 1 second that it takes to double tap it and like it on Instagram. You want the viewer to stay with it and look at it and really let the eye travel around or like try and figure out what's going on.
it's
And I
such
think
a
when there's a bit
bold,
of mystery there,
yeah,
that allows you to do that. You can do it through composition, where your eye keeps sort of going through different elements of the frame, or you can do it with mystery.
it's such a bold, interesting composition here.
I'm going to say yes because it's unusual.
Yeah, me too.
Alice?
I think what I mean is, I think there's information. I think it needs to be in color, maybe.
Okay.
Okay.
Um, it's really hard to
Okay, you act
be
on the information that
objective.
you have, so you can't unknow this. So
I'm going to
based
say
on what
yes.
you know.
I do
Yeah.
really like it. I do really like it. I'm just frustrated. It's in black and white.
Okay,
But
well, let's go.
I'm going to say yes.
But then, from the point of view of me not knowing anything more about it, I like that it's in black and
Yeah.
white, because the girl on the right is not distracting me from the tongue, which I feel is the main,
Yeah.
like, sort of the important.
Yeah. Okay.
This looks like a phone. shot
Possibly.
because of the shape, unless it's been cropped.
I don't know. There's no metadata, but I feel like it's not even in focus at all. Obviously, we
Yeah,
have.
it's a bit like that one in the hammock where it's got a
I
sort of
think the
moviness
focus
of
is
it.
in the
Yeah,
but the hammock one doesn't bother me. This one bothers me.
yeah. I like the mood, but it's not good enough.
No, I think we had better have
Yeah.
better sort of portraits of
Like if it's about the hair and the texture of the plait, then
and
that should more
just
in
get the
the
hair. Yeah.
yeah, move over and take that photo.
Yeah, I
Um,
agree.
yeah.
I'll send that. I think I said yes to this one. I just really appreciate the multitasking here.
Yeah,
Um,
I like multitasking, but it's a bit like that
it's
pizza shop where it's slightly wonky, and if you
it's
straighten
not
it,
the composition is not
yeah.
perfect or not great. I think I don't know. Um, and I think the kid who's been brushed maybe is kind of a bit too passive, potentially, because there's a lot of active things going, even like the child who's breastfeeding is kind of active in their body
So I mean,
position.
there's a tension in their face and their feet,
Yeah,
but I
yeah,
think
yeah.
a lot of wasted space. I know it's filled with plants on the
Yeah.
left, but it's not really doing anything. Um, and it's like the pizza shop where if you straighten it, you end up losing like I think in that one you lost the pizza and the hand. On this one, you
Yeah.
just lose feet if you straightened it. So you've got the same wonk problem, which is not a wonk that's really
You kind
adding
of have to shoot that in the moment.
dynamism.
Have to shoot it straight in the moment.
I
And
don't think this is the best photograph of this moment. I think it's a really lovely moment. It's exactly the
It's a
sort of
good
thing
moment.
ordinariness
Yeah.
we should be shooting in artful ways. It's what the genre is all about, taking ordinary moments, making them extraordinary through artful work. It's just not quite there for me.
no,
Yeah, agree.
So I'm gonna say, is that none of us? Just
none
to
of us know.
be really
Yeah,
clear.
I'm not
Sorry,
sure.
we did. I
Okay.
kind of just gathered through the conversation. That
Yeah,
was
yeah. Okay, I like the, let's be honest about this. When we see gorgeous light, which naturally brings with it gorgeous, like natural saturation, we tend to go, oh, And
Yeah.
I think that's
Then
one of
you
the
have
best.
to think, because this is like going back to that documentary Trifecta, which you could go to the picture before, where you've got light, moment, composition.
Mm,
Those are the three things we're looking at. In the picture before, you had a sort of moment, but the light and
yeah.
the composition wasn't great. Here you've got like you're starting from a great place where you're starting with great light.
And then you have to go, do we have the moment? And then how's the
And
composition?
do we
So,
have a
so
composition?
40% of this picture is this random
Man's hand.
with her eyes closed. I think what's interesting about this is the boredom in the kid. So a moment doesn't have to be, oh, that's a moment. A moment of boredom
doesn't have
is
to be an active
really
moment. It can
expressive,
be
yeah. And I
passive.
love the
If
way
you
she's pushing
compare
her
this to
eyelids up.
if you compare this interestingly to the picture of the luggage trolley, it's a very
Yeah.
similar picture in terms of the boredom of the kid and the position
Mhm,
of their hand on their face in a traveling
mhm.
situation.
Yeah.
But this is a much better composition.
Yeah. Now it's wonky. We talked about the last one. I think
Yeah,
it kind of
this is
works
good one.
here. I like
This
the
is
hand and the
this wonk is putting her straight from that angle that you're shooting at, which is fine. And she's in this slither of light, so everyone else is kind
yeah.
of
I feel like with this one actually,
like
I feel
this.
like I like this, but I think it would have been a more interesting picture of this moment of boredom is actually including more of the other passengers and kind of maybe stepping away a little bit because the light is on her. Um,
It's a bit tight, isn't it? I think it's a bit tight on the top and the
I think
bottom
it's
of
a little bit tight. So stepping
yeah.
away, like sort of juxtaposing how grown-ups behave and how a child behaves. And the child is naturally highlighted by the ray of light that's coming through the
Mm.
window. Even if you step back, I think they would still be standing out, but we'll have a lot more of the context environment. So I think that would be a more interesting shot because right now
However,
they're like a half of the
I
image,
think
but we
I
can't tell
think
anything
they're on a bus and you probably can't stand back.
possible.
So if you're on a fixed lens, you're kind of stuck with what you've got. It looks like it's on something like a 35, and they probably can't get more space. So, but I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I like it, but
I'm
I'm not.
I'm
So
not sure.
again, anything that's got to this stage, a lot of people like.
Yeah.
Three first round judges, but I
Yeah.
don't think I want to take it forward to like be award winning.
There's other ones where it's a kind of environmental portraiture where it's actually hit me in the gut more than this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll just continue.
This one's great. I love this.
Right. This is
This is
I
weird.
love
I
this.
love this. I love it.
Love it.
Yeah.
No
It's
idea.
like minimally brilliant.
Yeah.
Right,
And
I'm
you've got
looking.
lovely pastel blue and pink diptych of just gorgeousness. Of
Now,
nothing and everything at the same time.
we're all thinking the same thing about
Yeah.
marks.
Are
Is
they
it
sent with sports or are they dirt?
or is it?
I think it's dirt.
Dirt on the is
I
dirt
think
on
it's
the
dirt on the wall and the sheet, which
Yeah.
is a relief
definitely is.
because we want you to be, if you're submitting an image, this is for anyone, not for this photographer. If you're submitting an award, a photograph for an award, please tidy up your sensor. So even better, clean your sensor.
Yeah.
Because I remember last time we talked about that a lot, didn't we? Right. This
Yeah.
is a classic Easter egg where you look at an image and it takes just a beat for you to go, oh, I didn't see that straight away.
Nice. Yeah.
Um,
So
It's
is it a
brilliant.
yes from all of us then?
yeah,
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
Okay.
This is beautiful.
Yeah. I think
Yes.
we have to acknowledge that we know this image. I think all
We all
of us
know
do.
this one.
Yeah.
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 It's a beautiful portrait.
I think it's a very good, very strong portrait.
It's a
Very beautiful portrait.
Mhm.
I am just considering whether it's meeting the theme.
That's my
I mean, it again, it's like what Alice, you were just talking about. Like, I know the context of this.
Yeah, yeah.
I know why it was taken. I know
Well, let's
what it's meant to represent.
talk
Yeah.
about what we can see
well,
in the image.
because all of us know that, it doesn't it feels like it's a setup moment because
Well,
it was done for a specific reason.
Well, it's an
Does
environmental
that mean that
portrait.
Environmental portrait, yes.
Should we
Yeah,
clarify for the
but there's
benefit
different
of
there's an
people?
environmental portrait like the other ones that we've seen already, and this one is a purposeful act to create an environmental portrait for a specific project.
Can we dig into just for the purposes of education? Can we clarify what? Because I remember not everybody understands what an environmental portrait is. And then if you're going to distinguish between types of them, I think that could be useful to get into.
An environmental portrait could be anything where you're including a portrait of a person with environment and which adds context to the portrait. But the point here is that this is a set-up portrait for a specific reason, which feels different to the other environmental portraits that we've seen, where they feel like they are organic moments.
So this, I think, just to clarify, they could be an environmental portrait where the person was already in the environment, or it's like their home environment, and you are maybe slightly directing them to look at the camera, or not look, maybe even position them within their home.
It's just, I mean, it's a brilliant, beautiful environmental portrait, but does it fit the criteria of this award? That's the question, because it feels like it is set up for a specific reason to tell a specific story rather than something a little bit.
Make sense? Would it make sense without knowing the story? I mean, I must say that the preliminary judges probably, maybe they may or
not
may
have known. They would not have known what we know.
Behind this, and well, at least some of them did put it forward. So
I mean, I think it's absolutely beautiful as a portrait.
Yeah.
Definitely, there's no doubt about that, and it tells a wonderful story. But it doesn't feel like it's an elevated ordinary moment.
There is that. That's not everyday.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't have to be an everyday scene to be ordinary.
Yeah, it's been curated for a purpose rather than something that's happened organically.
Okay, so it looks like it's perhaps an editorial portrait.
Yes,
but
it does feel more editorial, doesn't it?
But I think that's still okay. when you make an environmental portrait, you can say, I want to shoot you in this place.
Because it has meaning.
Yeah. Please stand here. Please look
because
that
it has
way.
mean to the story I'm trying to tell.
What you don't do is you don't take, say, a model and go, come in this, I don't know, this hut, put this on that you'd never wear, and look
Stand
a
in
bit.
this field in this beautiful dress
Yeah,
that has
yeah.
a meaning. Here, I think here the location has a meaning, the dress has a meaning.
So let's talk about the clothes. I think one of the things is, would this kid be wearing that outfit
Unless they
on
were
an
doing
ordinary
a
day?
particular setup. Yeah.
I mean,
There is
for a
an argument.
celebration there would be. For a celebration there would be.
Well, this is what I want to say. I think
It's not a celebration, it's been done for a purpose.
no, but I want to that there is an ordinariness to these clothes in certain cultures,
Yeah.
and it
Yeah.
looks not ordinary at first glance to us, but the very ordinariness of it is is normalizing it.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about it with full knowledge of why it was made. And just to be really clear, this was made on a course that we teach, some two of us teach. So that's why we know it. So we know a lot of
Do we even talk about like what it's meant to represent? Because we're like going in circles and it's not like we all three of us know what it represents.
yeah.
So it represents this person made this picture to represent the mixed sort of heritage of having an Asian and British heritage and growing up in like Yorkshire and in the north of England essentially.
Mhm.
And kind of growing up in this culture and preserving this culture. So that's why they made this portrait. So it's not just a dress up for this child. It's part of their culture.
Mhm.
Even
Then
though
that
they might not look that, but it's part of their culture.
the landscape is their home,
Yeah, landscape is their
their
home.
heritage.
Yeah.
So the information in the picture is there.
Yeah, so that's really interesting, like having this conundrum of like knowing, like what would we think if we didn't know this context? Would we say, oh, it's set up?
And I think
it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's absolutely making the ordinary extraordinary. And okay, if this had been a kid or two kids in this scene and they were having a little laugh and a joke together, and it was presented as this is a candid moment, I'd go, no, that's a candid moment in a shoot. This is a picture of a kid having their picture taken, which is only okay if it's an environmental portrait.
Yeah.
I think it's okay.
I think I'm inclined to put it.
Yeah, it's also like a brilliant portrait.
Yeah. Emma?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to take away from any of that because I absolutely love this portrait and I love what it represents. But I'm just looking at it amongst the other images, and it stands out as something different in a not in a like unique kind of original kind of stands out as different. It just stands it out in
It looks editorial rather than
it just
documentary.
feels so directed because
it feels outside the genre, essentially.
It was set up in order to. So yes, the clothes are an ordinary part of the culture, but it was specifically set up to take this portrait, which therefore feels too directed for me in this situation.
I hear what you're saying.
So because of that, I'm saying no.
I'm torn. I'm going to say yes for now, and let's see what happens.
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah.
I like the separation here, the shapes, but I'm not getting.
No.
I should like it more than I do. It's clever. It's clever. Very, very technically well executed composition. It's pretty good. The left space is a little bit dodgy, but when you feel yourself wanting more, that's often a moment and a feel thing that's lacking, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a no for me. Even though I literally want to be there and swim in that lake or whatever it is.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. I mean, the diving person's great. Yeah. There's not quite enough from the other people.
I think, well, the gesture with the fist kind of follows the dive.
Yeah,
Which I think
that's
is funny.
interesting. He's interesting, this
Yeah.
guy or girl, I don't know, this kid on the front. The one in the middle, again, because it's in the middle, is a bit distracting, and they're kind of in a bit of a weird middle,
Yeah.
which is, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna move on, yeah?
Mhm. I feel I've seen this before. Not literally. I feel it's a great moment, really nice layering.
Yeah. I think they're twins, right?
They
Yeah,
certainly look a lot like each other.
Yeah.
yeah. It's the composition and separation is really, really good.
Yeah.
Again, I'm questioning why I don't respond to it more. Maybe it's the originality.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
it's been quite carefully. I appreciate that it's been framed at the bottom, like to not
yeah,
to
yeah,
pop the
very
hand.
carefully not to get
Yeah,
anything
and
off.
yeah, and we have this thing where one is having his shoes put on, their shoes put on, and
And the
now
other's
pulling
taking
it
off.
off. So
Yeah,
it's like this
I
funny
quite like that.
juxtaposition.
Yeah, and you've got again a nice color palette here, which is fortunate for them. You know, um, I mean, it does tell of that story of that kind of where you're chasing your tail as a parent. You know, you're just getting one ready while the other one's getting itself unready, and then you get the other one ready, and the other one starts
Yeah,
undressing,
yeah.
which is quite a nice story.
Yeah. It's like it's not gut punch, but I think it's a very well executed photograph,
Version of,
and I wanna put it. I want to say yes.
yeah, yeah. I think I'll put it through.
Alice?
I'm gonna say no, but I appreciate a lot about it.
This one I think
Gorgeous
is
light again.
nice. Yeah,
We just let's acknowledge that we don't always get gorgeous light,
Mhm.
so that's why we're probably drawn to.
all love it when there is gorgeous light.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
I
Like
like
how
the layering here. I like all the bicycles
yeah,
and
the
the
three
subject
bicycles,
separation and
I
the
want more of his bicycle.
the two windows.
you want more of his bicycle.
His bicycle to
Yeah.
really show that there's a foreground one.
I mean, you can.
I don't know. I quite like the suggestion rather than the obvious.
I
The
don't
literal
mind
his
it.
three bicycles. I think it's like there's three
Very clear,
bicycles.
even through his body shape.
Yeah, yeah. There's three bicycles, even though it's not obvious, which I think is almost more interesting.
Yeah, as they make a triangle.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
the figure to ground is really good. The mum is not merging with the window.
Yeah, yeah.
And the little girl is looking at her shadow, which is quite nice.
Okay, now I don't only I not only want more of the bicycle at the front, despite yeah, we don't always need everything, but if you could just pull it out a little bit more, I want the three shadows on the right to match the three shadows on the left. Look, there are three figures, but we can only see two and a teeny bit of them.
What?
On the right hand side behind the pink bike, there are the shadows of two people and a little bit of a third person. If we could have the full shadow of the third person, we would also have more of the bike at the
Yeah,
front.
okay, I see what you
And
mean.
then we would have had these like two groups of three.
Mm.
And the windows are perfectly balanced, aren't they?
Yeah,
Actually.
So the far right shadow, I think, is the photographer.
I think so, yeah.
And then you've got the boy on the bike in the first next to it.
That would be a good example, whether it's a reflection or a shadow of the photographer's self in the frame actually adding to the story, as opposed
Yeah.
to being in there accidentally. So that would be fine, just to say, having mentioned it earlier.
Yeah,
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 we were
this is a
talking about
yes
them.
for me.
yeah, I think it's a yes for me as
Yeah,
well.
it's a yes for me because you again, it's like there's well five people in the frame if you include the
Mm.
photographer.
Mm.
It's more complicated.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, okay.
Me too.
Going.
I need to look at the original of this
Yeah.
one.
There's a
When we
lot of,
say original, they're still small files, but we can
yeah,
just
it's Zoom does make it harder.
yeah. Okay, so I really like split room photos, and there's a lot of potential there to show different relationships and things happening in the same space.
I quite like that it has grandparents.
Mm.
Obviously, well, not obviously, but it feels like the child visiting with the grandparents.
I mean, there has to be something happening in both spaces
Yeah.
for it to work, and I'm wondering if there's enough happening.
Well, for me it is because like the granddad is like a typical granddad, kind of just standing there, hands and on hips, kind of like thinking either looking at TV or whatever he's doing.
I thought it was
I
playing
think there
sound.
can be nothing happening as long as, like, say the kid on the left wasn't there and the two grandparents are in a room on their own, just sort of facing that way.
Yeah,
They're
that would
facing,
be
that would
quite
actually be better.
interesting.
And there'll
Yeah,
be
I
less
agree.
happening then. So it's not that there's something happening, but there has to be a relationship between the things happening. And it doesn't feel like there is.
For me, it does.
Yeah,
Like the mother is doing the typical thing where she's like, I don't know, or whether feeding or over looking homework of some sort, and the granddad is probably watching TV or something. Like it makes perfect
That
sense to me.
light on him.
I quite like it still.
it's not something I've not seen before as well. I mean,
Yeah.
apart from the fact, I mean, it's nice that it's grandparents. I do
Mm.
like that element of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm gonna say I'm gonna say no to this, but I really like it still. Again, to get to this stage is
Yeah.
yeah, it's given me a real warm feeling, but it's not enough for me.
I'm
yeah, I
gonna
wonder
say
what
yes.
colour would have looked like. Okay, should we talk technically about this? It'd be great if we can see the metadata.
There's
So,
no metadata here.
oh, okay. So this is a hard image to get right to look like this. There's just enough detail that we can see like the person on the left, their head look quite clear, and then we can see there's movement everywhere. There's movement in the ball, but we can see everything we need to see.
Great
Not
body
easy to get
positions
this
as
right.
well. Really great body
Yeah,
positions for all of them, especially really important if you're doing a sort of top-down photo because you can just get sort of blob shapes. And here you've
yeah,
got really great body
Mm.
shapes joining onto good shadow shapes.
yeah.
And then
She,
the grid of the floor and the using the artificial light in the presumably quite a dark situation with a spotlight like an outdoor light.
Mm.
Um,
hands by the ball are just like
yeah,
beautifully
gorgeous.
equidistant.
And that bright red and white and blue ball, which really stands
Yeah,
out.
Yeah.
And you've still got the gap between the hands and the ball in the shadow underneath as
yeah.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not necessarily original in terms of not like we've never seen it before, but it's in terms of image quality, it's technically really good, and it's hard to get this type of shot sometimes. So yeah, I'm gonna say yes.
Really well executed. It's and they've waited. We know we talked about light moment composition. They've waited for a really good moment here.
Mm,
Right. Shall we say, is it yes from both of you?
yes.
Yeah. I think I put this through, but mainly because I was drawn in by the color, but there's lots of problems with it because you've got like the house cut off at the top, the main problem for me. But I
Yeah.
I
still
don't mind it so much.
the light. I wonder whether it could have been a vertical, maybe. I don't know.
This is a no for me.
It's a no for me as well. It's yeah. I can't even tell if it's motion blur at the front or she's just out of
There is
focus.
motion blur, yeah, there's motion blur.
Mm.
I quite like the scene. It's kind of reminiscent of
Yeah.
that one with the yellow light that we saw with
And I love the idea of the kids playing out in the sort
the yellow light in the house
of
and the blue light
when it's
outside.
trying to stay out as late as possible when the nights are closing in, but it's not got quite enough in it for me.
Okay.
I don't remember putting
Yeah,
this.
me
No, I don't
neither.
remember putting this one through.
Yeah, maybe accidentally put it in or something. I looked at it and wanted to, maybe I did press it last moment, because I was like, I really am intrigued by this one, but it's just not right. It's just not
Okay.
right. So we're just gonna pass.
It's still a fine list, but we
It's still a
did
fine.
it.
Yeah. This one I thought was really funny. Because
That's
a
quite.
teenager with a device and the younger kid with another device.
Mm.
That is not a phone.
It's Lego or something, isn't it? I think.
Lego, like something, I don't
Lego
know.
truck underneath the
It's the thing.
sofa
And
for
like
some
both in the completely like
yeah
uncomfortable positions,
non-adult positions.
non-adult positions, yeah, each in their own way. There's a bit of something like a wall or a door on the left-hand side that should have been cropped. It's distracting me.
This has a slight feel of quite heavy noise reduction for me.
Possibly.
I love the
Can't tell.
I love the idea of it though. I
Yeah.
really like the
I actually like this. It's a good observation of kind of contrasts in relationships and amongst family members and ages and things.
I think I want it to be again, it's one of those where I feel frustrated looking at it because I really like the idea of it.
Yeah.
And I'm just not responding as strongly as I feel I should do. And sometimes it's the colors. I think maybe I want it in color.
Possibly.
I know what you mean. I don't respond to it as much as I feel I should,
No.
because I do like when we're talking through, there's lots of things about it that are funny and nice story, but
Maybe the girl has been asked to just hold that pose a minute. We have to trust these things, but sometimes you get a feel, don't you? And I don't know if that's right or not, but it just feels slightly.
No, it doesn't feel like that to me.
I want a bit more life in it, I think.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not like super attached to it, so we can move on.
I'm going to say no.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, I just think we're losing the stars thing just briefly. Did you say no on that one?
I said no.
Yeah.
I know this one.
You both were like, I don't understand what's happening here.
I need to see this. So this is a reflection. The person holding the camera is also holding a baby,
Yeah.
and they are shooting out
Oh, yes.
Through the window, and behind the window, they've got a tree.
This is the photographer's upper arm and a bit of their leg.
Where's the camera?
I'm not totally. I don't know if they're shooting themselves or if someone else is shooting it, to be honest. I'm not sure.
It's what's going on here.
Okay, yeah.
It's through a window with the sun on the window, which is catching the person on the inside, and then you're shooting through onto the pine tree, which I love the weird and wonderfulness of that composition and the suggestion of home and body and intertwined limbs.
Okay, so we're trying to figure this out, and maybe we don't need to know exactly what's happening, like we said before.
Would it be a double exposure?
I don't think it's a double.
No,
It's
a
either
window.
a self-portrait or someone standing behind those people
Yeah,
with the camera.
I'm sure it's
I really like it, and I really like the
I love it.
ordinary and extraordinariness.
Yeah, that's exactly. I think it's really an ordinary everyday moment captured in a really unusual way that adds something to it in the story of.
Technically, it's really good because the focus of the reflection and of the tree is there. It's framed, the composition is great. It's in the middle, but it works. It's in the middle, it's immersive, it's frame filling. Originality is absolutely there for me. And
I just want to also say, like, I'm still not 100% sure, but like, I want to acknowledge the bravery of a photographer to go, I believe in this, even though it's weird and unlike anything that I've seen potentially. I still believe in this image.
Yeah, me too.
And kind of the creative confidence to go, this is what I think it is.
Yes.
And it's very much a vertical composition. It's really good choices. Every choice they've made can be explained and argued, and it's good. It's a yes from me.
Yes from me.
I'm still unsure.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put 2 stars. Okay.
I put this through at the end. I like the mood and I like the environment as an environmental portrait. I like the stuff in front of her, but I don't like the composition. I want it to all come down a bit.
The stuff on the table
window, just get rid of the bloody window with, there's so often they're the thing that get in the way of composition. I like that it's not chopped off the back one, but I want more in front, I think.
Which window are you saying to get rid of?
The right hand side by coming down a bit, but I am acknowledging that I like that the one in the background is all there. But
I think the stuff on the table is too kind of close to the edge for me. I think it needs a bit.
I think it needed to be more. Yeah.
Yeah, so the composition.
I would probably pull back and turn. I don't think I would lose from the top because I think you'd then lose the. I like the window in the background
Just
as
do
well.
that.
It's
Move,
like it's moved to. I don't twist it to the right a bit, so you lose. It's this top right corner.
yeah, so that has then less composition weight. So
Sky. It's not the window. The window frame. It's the sky that's bright. Because actually, the light on her face is lovely. The exposure is great.
I like the nets as well.
Yeah, I love the nets.
Yeah, just come back. I want to see more. I want to see them more of the table. I want to see like what those things are. And maybe I don't want them when I see them, but it's frustrating. Okay.
Lovely, lovely color and mood. Really nice. But
Yeah.
there's also, I'm not sure there's enough going on for me. I don't know.
I quite like. I think I agree with like pulling back a bit because it seems like a fairly old kitchen.
Yeah.
But she has like a phone and earbuds, so like she has technology, and then yet she's in this kind of fairly old
Yeah.
With all the
environment. So I think
nets and stuff.
I
Yeah.
would have liked to see more of her phone, more of the whatever thing that it's cropped. I don't know what it is. Feels like another technology bit or something.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say no, but
Yeah. Really appreciate it, but it's a no. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another weird one.
okay, let's have
Another one that I like. I love weird photos.
And can we talk for a minute about weird photos? And we just said if like well done if you took it and went, yes, it's a bit weird, but I really like it. We say, don't we, early on when you're trying to find your creative voice, the ones that feel a bit weird that you're less sure of, hold on to those ones because they'll be your favorites.
But also sometimes you like something you don't know why.
Yeah. And that's why it feels weird because you don't understand.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like okay, there's stuff wrong with this, but I like it. Why do I like it? And that's sometimes got the extra spice that other pictures lack.
It's quite often when you are starting to break the rules, that's when it comes through and you're like, I can't quite figure out why, but I really like this. And just you don't need to understand it, you just need to listen to your gut sometimes. Okay, but there's also we make these pictures intentionally. So when we're judging, it's like, is the weirdness we like about it intentional or is it a mistake that seems to have worked? You know, is it a fluke? And this, I think this is intentional to have all that smirk in front of the face, it's sparklers, isn't it? The sparklers.
Yeah.
They cut off at the bottom as well.
Yeah, the sparklers are in focus.
Don't quite understand how come the sparklers are making so much smoke.
Yeah, it's fascinating how much smoke there is.
I wonder if there's something else happening.
Because it seems to be coming directly above their head, which would imply that it's coming from the thing that they're doing. But I like it's just interesting. Like he's in really quite sharp focus. You can see the lips and the eyes, but they're swirling behind this sort of body of smoke, this sort of ghost-like moving being. And the expression of the kid as well is that they're completely immersed in what they're doing.
I think it's very original and it's technically really good.
Very strong. I really like it.
That means yes.
And I think the choice of black and white is good here as well. There's really good contrast because of the choice of black and white. The smoke and the child's skin and their white vest are really framed by the dark fence behind them.
Okay.
Are you a yes, Antonina?
Yeah, I'm just putting stars and going ahead. Yes, I'm a yes. Put 3 stars in there.
Okay, so I pulled this one back in.
There's like a certain joy and happiness and sunniness to it. Right?
Yeah, there's something really lovely about this.
Yeah,
it's funny.
I really love the mood and the feel.
I like the mood.
I love just the happy hair, the happy summer hair.
I also I think what I really appreciate about this, which is something a lot of mothers who tend to be the main photographer of the family want to photograph themselves in the picture and don't know how. And I think this is taken by the mum, including themselves in a really beautiful way.
Yeah, I've got loads of pictures of my feet on a trampoline with my kids attached to my ankles, and I quite like them. So I love the summer feel. This has got summer feel to me, just like it really just gets me inside. However, looking at it for longer, I can see a figure behind.
Yeah,
And
I
that,
didn't notice
but
that until we
even
looked.
no, even though their colours are perfectly matching the mum's shorts or dress, whatever it is, which is a lovely little touch of balance. It's frustrating, isn't it?
It's
Because
like a little movement to the left.
yeah, so
Little
these are
bit.
things that you could have. So a lot of critique is if you're in the situation again, think about this and it'll go better. But sometimes it's, you could have missed that problem out.
Yeah. Don't know how long that moment lasted as well. So there's that consideration. Like
Yeah,
we always say like grab the moment, grab the
that might
picture,
go
but then
quite
don't
well.
stop there and then see, okay, do I need to like
Yeah,
just shift a little bit?
I'm gonna say no.
No, it is distracting.
No,
Yeah.
for me. I love it.
It's taken me out of the immersion of the sunny
Yeah.
happiness, you know.
I think I love the way the hair's flying over the face and
Yeah.
that anonymity. But I mean, I actually think it's really lovely, but it's not an award-winning image for me.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
I like the
This
weirdness of it.
Fascinating. Yeah.
framing of this cow with all the cows in between,
Behind, yeah, and that
it's
cowbell,
just
and yeah,
it's just brilliant. I mean, and it's also in terms of moment, what a moment with I'm trying to find it with
Hmm.
the cow's tongue sticking out as well. And it's original and it's unusual.
Okay, so I just want to say something. I think the t-shirt
well, I
actually,
was
the
literally going to
logo.
say it looks like it's the Rolling Stones
Yeah,
lip, that,
With
and
a
I
tongue.
wish that was
yeah.
in the
Oh,
picture with it, because
yeah.
that, for
Yeah.
me, I'm not going to say yes because that's a missed
I
opportunity for
think
me.
that's what they were
What the
thinking as
story
well.
is,
Yeah.
because it would be really amazing if they got that in and just focused on that little area of cow tongue and nose with the t-shirt tongue sticking out, and then it would have been a flipping amazing photo. As it is, it's a weird, like I've never seen a cow tongue before, and it's really
Yeah.
fascinating, and it quite a friendly animal meets human moment. But
Yeah.
Are you saying no because you know there's a tongue on the t-shirt and you're not seeing it in shot?
yes,
Well,
because
how
Not
many
just
times do you
that for
think
me. For
I
me,
have,
you
that's an
know, like
opportunity that should have been seen and captured because it's perfect. And
I
if
think
you're
it would
not
have been
seeing
perfect. I
that,
think there's even if it wasn't that say the t-shirt is irrelevant, like it's a completely different t-shirt. I think it grabs you because it's weird, it's a cow, but it's still not an
it's
amazing
not,
moment.
yeah, it's not an amazing
An
photograph,
amazing moment
but
from a
the
cow, but not from a
moment,
human, I think.
yeah, I think that it could have been taken in a different way to make it amazing.
Yeah.
But I don't think as it is, when t-shirt or no t-shirt, if it was just this photo without that t-shirt,
Mm.
it's a weird moment.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing, oh my God, there's a massive opportunity missed. That's all I'm seeing in this.
Okay, I'm not sure how often that cows stick their tongues out when they've been greeted by teenagers. So I think that it probably only happened once. I don't like how the cow bell is merging with the cow in the background, but I love, love, love that there are cows in this little shape in the middle. I'm going to say yes.
Okay. One yes. Right. Okay. This one I
Oh,
really
this
like.
is a really great shot, a really good example of a busy frame, I think.
Mhm.
So many people and so much happening, and
Yeah,
everyone is doing something
yeah,
pretty
and
much.
it's really got, each character does have. I mean, they're merging. Okay, what you have to realize in a scene like this, the chance of how many people are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Maybe.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, about 15 people. The chance of getting every single person in a clear space is really slim. So then you start looking at what has got its own space and what different characters are doing and what is happening between the characters.
Can we
I
see
think
the
it's like
data?
such a. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Amy.
So can we see the data while we're
Oh
talking?
yeah, there's nothing. It's just a
I
file name.
think.
Oh, okay. Sorry, of course it would be there already. Yeah.
Um, I feel like it's like an ordinary family gathering or friends and family gathering. Um, but through like because there's a bit of smoke happening, there's all sorts of like everyone's doing something else.
They're all doing their thing.
Yeah, there is a kind of a level of elevation of the ordinary scene in the way it's
Yeah.
photographed as well. So for me, it is.
People looking across at different people is leading me between people in the frame. I mean, I'm questioning whether there's enough moment. Like the little kid in the middle at the top climbing, that's a great moment.
Mm.
And actually the kids on the swings,
Yeah.
so great moment.
I like the hand on the blue t-shirt as well. And
Yeah.
the leading of the kid, I like that moment. The kid blowing out a candle.
Yeah, I
maybe
think it's a kid blowing. So she's also good.
Does this person that's merging on the right,
Yeah.
and these guys are a bit cropped, but it's not a problem because this guy is also cropped.
And
Yeah,
it's
exactly. It's got a good balance, and they create this sort of ring around
Yeah.
the whole picture from one side to the front, to the side, back to the back of the picture, and back around again.
Have we got a little crop on the top of that? Another climbing structure with a crop. Is it the same one? Probably
No,
not.
it's a different one.
Let's
but
again,
yes,
let's acknowledge that the more complex the picture is, the more people there are, the more there are going to be little niggles.
But also
But
like here, because we have a cropped at the top and we have
and the
cropped
crop at the bottom. That's what I was saying.
bottom.
You've got presents and beer cans and things that are sort of merging into the back.
Yeah.
And like like we said in the picture earlier with the washing machine scene. So those teeny tops, little bits of plastic bag that were coming in weren't doing anything for me. Whereas here, there's a purpose to these. They are atmospheric items in the picture. There's enough of them to see what they are. And they balance with the top of the frame. So basically everything's being pulled out of the edges to expand the frame beyond the frame.
I'd just like to say that personally, I'm not a fan of the green treatment in this. It's a very common type of edit to see. I see a preset before I see the photograph sometimes. So it's taste.
Film presets or something, isn't it?
Yeah, don't get me started. You don't need a preset. You don't need that.
Creative choice. I'm gonna say yes to this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna say yes. Yeah. I think it's probably the most complicated scene that we've seen, and I think it's been did well.
Yeah.
Alice, did you say yes?
Yes, I said yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Last one.
Woo!
Right. I'm cross about this. Okay. I love what's happening.
Yeah.
I absolutely love everything about what's happening.
Yeah.
I just don't love the photograph.
Yeah.
I love that it was taken. I love that you wanted to take a photograph of this brilliant scene, but it's not doing it for me. There's too much door and whatever the wicker thing is. Not enough close focus on like the stickiness of the.
I mean, I think you could almost go into vertical and still get the stuff that's on the floor.
Yeah. So really, really well seen, but compositionally the weight is all in the wrong place.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's the same kid that was not. It's obviously not the same kid, but like it's the kid with the porridge from earlier on that grew up.
Yeah. But ordinary, extraordinary. This, yeah. This is not the only family floor in the world that looks like that. It's not the only kid's nightie that looks like that. And it's funny. You look at it and you smile. I just love that punch of artful composition to go along with it.
Yeah, it's a no for me.
Yeah, same.
Okay, so I'm gonna just bring up all the ones that we starred.
Okay.
40 pictures.
Can we see
40
how many
pictures got 1, 2, or 3 stars?
Can we see how many got 2 and 3?
Yeah. 32.
That's looking better. Can we just pull up the ones only to see if there's anything that we think should go in?
Okay, that is probably a quicker way to do it. Yeah.
Equal to
let's go with these are not very many.
So let's just explain. So at this point, we are looking to narrow down and make decisions on first, second, and third place, then honourable mentions. So at the moment we've got ones that are starred 1, 2, or 3, which is something we can use to narrow down. So it's
we do have disagreements, and stars help us kind of go, okay, this many of us agree, and
Yes.
1 stars is just the one of us wants this image. So we might argue a little bit, or we might let them
Yeah.
go.
So at the moment, if we look at 2 to 3 stars, we've got 30,
Oh God, 32.
32. So we don't have a set number of honourable mentions, by the way. But we would say at 32, that's probably more than we need. So
Yeah.
we are
Yes,
to
I'm looking at
narrow
these.
down
I'm
again.
looking at these 8, and I'm not. When I see the strength of the 2s and 3s, I don't think any of these belong in there.
Does anybody want to fight for any of these to go up? Maybe, or does anyone want to say, I didn't give this a star, but actually I would now when it goes to a 2-star?
The only one that I'm really drawn to in terms of something I've not seen before is that middle top.
The orange lamp.
That has a real cinematic
Who
feel.
gave
There's a
that 1
cinematic feel to
star?
it, but I'm not actually sure. Was this person just standing there and looking at the lamp, or were they told go stand under that light?
Who gave it the star?
Me.
I didn't.
So Antina, it's you. Do you or I want to give it a star now?
That's the only one out of these that I think could.
You already starred it, so that's
Yeah,
not.
yeah, obviously that, like, you know, but there's other ones that I starred here that I don't think, like the bird one I starred, and I don't think that needs to go in. And I was umming and ahhing about like a couple of other ones.
I
But
will acknowledge I think that is the best one out of this set.
that's the one that I think could go up.
The only one I'm kind of torn about is this one, because I
Actually,
quite
yeah,
like the shapes.
I quite like that one as
Cool.
well. I
Are
quite
you
like
giving
that
it another star, Emma?
Only if the middle one does.
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, but this is you said that because that's you who gave that star. So you're not adding a star to that one. I'm not adding a star to the middle one because
Okay, how likely are they to then come out again?
go back to the 2s and 3s. So let's just go to the 2s. Bring up just 2.
You can't bring up just 2.
No. Let's not go down this road.
No.
Let's
No?
let's do it one step at a time. One step at a time.
The color code 2 stars with red and 3 stars with green, and then look at only red.
No, you can do it too.
No, I can. I just don't want to go down this road. I can just look at
Yeah.
just 2.
So that's the just 2s here. Do either of those fit? Well, I think both those 2 could fit in this pile.
Yeah, but one of them you already gave a star to and no one else did, and no one else has done it in the last minute either.
And same with Antonina, but I'm looking those 2 I think would not at home in the 2s, whereas the other ones I think don't need to go.
I think Alice is up to you
Yeah.
at this point.
I mean,
I don't want to give the star to this one because I'm not sure about it. How for a number of reasons.
Okay, I'm not giving any more stars, but if it's this thing that happens, if you don't buy something in a shop, then you're like, oh, maybe I should have. If it comes back, we can always we know where they are.
yeah.
But at the moment, no.
Okay.
I don't think any like really don't think any of them need to go up, but I question those 2 are the ones potentially.
If we keep lingering on them, we can always
To
come
be
back.
honest, can you just pull up 3 stars for me? I think. How many have we got? See, there's 19.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't.
This is where our 1, 2s, and 3s are going to come from because we've all said these are brilliant photos.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just do 2 and more, and then we can figure it out. Right. So just to clarify that the stars that we give in the images are guide for us to kind of help us remind how many we agreed on. Are we all in agreement on a particular image? It doesn't necessarily mean anything just yet. It's just to help us navigate. So what we're gonna go and do now is, did we say start from 3 stars?
Yeah, start from the 3 stars.
Okay.
Just to make sure that we think they all.
So we've got 19. We're going to look at them full screen for a second and just double check we think they should be award winning. So we don't know which version, whether it's first, second, third, or honorable mention.
Color is, what number is green?
8.
8. Okay.
So we'll say, I think that for me this is.
Yeah, this is for me.
Yeah, agreed.
We could do this quite quickly.
Yes.
I'm
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 having
thinking
second thoughts.
I'm having second thoughts actually. Can we calibrate 7 for yellow? That's
Okay.
the red, isn't it? Yellow.
Yes.
Yes, this is
This is definitely green, yes?
definitely green for me, yeah? Yes, Emma?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is green for me, yeah?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. So interestingly, these two are similar, and I don't think the next one is as strong as this one.
Agree.
I would do that yellow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
For me, it's a yellow, actually.
Okay.
Are we still doing?
I want to fight for it to be a green.
You want
Yeah, I would fight for this to be green.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Green.
Yes.
Yes.
This could be a yellow for me.
Yeah, I'm
It's a
Yeah.
yeah.
bit, it's not something new.
It's like a lovely image. It's
It's
a
really
really
lovely.
wonderful
It's
image.
really lovely, but
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
wowed
Mm.
by it. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, what is bothering me?
I think the color is probably bothering you.
I love this.
I
I don't
I want to
colours.
see a different photograph of this. I'm gonna say yellow.
I'd say green.
So yellow for me, I think. So what do we let's put a yellow on it and fight over it, shall we? Because
Yeah.
it's yeah.
I think it's only green if we're all like, yeah, that's a green.
Yeah.
This could be yellow for me.
I'm gonna say yellow,
Mhm.
green.
Green. Yellow.
Yellow.
Yellow. Yeah.
Green.
Yeah, green.
Green.
Green for me too.
I'm gonna say yellow for that one. Oh no, I'm going green, green.
Green. Okay. So
I'm thinking
these are all the
honorable.
threes.
Okay,
Let's
so can we look at the two?
just look at all the twos.
Yellow. Oh, wait. Do we have to colour them yellow or are we so these are all like
So there's two of us like them. We are obviously can change our minds. That's why we say we're going to fight over them or not fight over them.
okay, all
Because
of these
sometimes,
are yellow unless we say green, and then we look at the ones and do we want to make any of them yellow or
yeah, I
green?
think let's do that.
Yes.
For me, it's a green because I really like it.
Yeah,
It's
I
no
would say
mention for
yes.
me.
I would say green.
No, it's no yellow.
So are we making them yellow if one person says yellow?
Well, they're yellow anyway because they're two stars. So it's do we want to change our minds and make them green?
I would see it in an honorable mention easily.
But the yellows could come into that.
Yeah,
I
because
think.
we already have some of the threes
Yeah,
that
even the threes we put as yellow. So
Yeah.
like I
okay,
would fight over it.
I don't like the pink.
that's sunburn.
Oh, sorry. Apologies. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, that's how I'm seeing it.
We're so used to
Sunburn
toning, aren't we?
shoulders. Yeah.
I thought it was magenta.
Because if you look at the rest of the skin, it's a really good color.
Yeah. I kind of like, I think the question for me is like, can I see it as an honorable mention? And I can.
I can. Yeah, I can see that as an honorable. So it's a yellow.
Yeah, yellow.
So
So we're giving this a yellow because I can see it as at least an honorable mention.
I can as well. I think
So
it's
we're going
interesting.
to give these a yellow if some of us want to really fight for it to
Yeah.
be winning. You don't have to all agree. So
Yeah.
right, I really, really like this one.
I do. I still think it's something weird going on across the
Yeah.
hair.
I don't think like I can't see it as an honorable mention.
Yeah. I just think it's not been shot with the right settings.
Are you gonna fight for it, Alice, or are you gonna let it go?
I'm not going to fight for it on the setting. I wouldn't have
I
shot it with
think
no
it's
setting.
really a cool photo.
It's the wrong way up.
I wish it was the other way up as well, with the body at the top.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
I like this.
No, bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah. There we go.
So we're just letting it go. Yes, we're not
Yeah.
fighting over it.
Oh, that's the cutest bottom in the world.
I'm not going to push for that.
I'm
No, I
neutral
don't
with it.
think it needs pushing up. And I don't think the next one gets pushed up either, looking at it. I wouldn't put that one up.
I really like it though.
Not for me.
Okay, let's.
I want this one.
I would put this one as yellow.
Yeah.
Well, then I want to put this one as yellow.
But how many of us are saying that? Because I think does Alice think so?
Well, I think with the honorable mentions at least, I think it doesn't like one of us can fight for it. But okay.
So just to go back to the girl with the hairbrush, I'm not quite there.
Looking along with the strength
I'm not quite there.
Even in the strength of this group, I think it's one of the weaker ones.
You're both saying yellow to this one, yeah?
Yes, definitely.
Yes. I like this one as well.
I'm not. I don't think it goes in there.
I'm happy to let this one go. Yeah. I'm not happy. I'm cross.
I wish this was proper black and white, and then I might feel more strongly for it.
And can we let's talk about that briefly. That creative decision, you do your own thing, but people are going to see the edit before they see what you want them to see. It's distracting. So it's distracting all of us.
Yeah.
This is a really, really good photograph with an edit.
With an edit, exactly.
It's distracting. Yeah.
So I think let's move on.
Could that go into honourable mention?
I don't.
Of 1, 2, 3, 6 characters.
I think I would say if we're kind of like unsure, let's let it go for now and see what we end up with. And then maybe like if we keep coming back to actually, I really think it should be in this final honorable mention or whatever, then we can come back and I think this one should come into honorable.
No, it's like he was asleep. No excuse.
I agree. You're right. It really is no excuse.
True. It hurts
completely
so
gorgeous.
bad.
Really, it's gorgeous, but then they've got this silly window on the right.
Yeah.
No excuse for it.
Okay.
There's a phrase about having a funeral for a photograph that you really like. It's upsetting and it's painful and it's difficult and you have to go through it. But the next time you make a better photograph, and that's what education's all about. So
yeah.
Killing your darlings.
Are we putting this one up?
I would put this one up.
Can you look at the exposure on the original, Emma?
In
the gallery. I think the toning is not award-winning toning.
Let me have a look. Hold on. Just need to find it first. It might take me.
It doesn't bother me. Like here, the window does bother me. Here, the toning does bother me. Here, it doesn't bother me because all I'm looking at is this person in the middle.
Yeah, so this is I haven't found it yet, but I'm looking for it. So I don't actually know what you're talking about, except that I agree.
It's 4 rows from the top.
I look at the person in the middle, so it doesn't.
I mean, it's 4 rows from the top, and the exposure on the person in the middle's face is grainy because it's been brought up in post.
You're right.
But it's almost like it's fine because it's bed. It's a bed. It's a nighttime or early morning scene, and I don't like. I can definitely see in honorable mentions. It's probably not going to be first, second.
I'm going to call image quality criteria on this, and it's beautiful, and I really like it. I'd rather it was darker and not brought up that much.
I think it could have been darker.
Oh. Okay, so is it 2-1 against? Emma, are you against putting it through?
I've lost you.
Hello?
Oh no! Sorry. Somehow it's minimized my screen, and I was like, "Where's it gone?" Okay. It's like a tiny little box of Zoom in the top corner. I was like, "Where's it gone?" Sorry.
I think it's a worthy finalist.
Okay, if we keep thinking about it later, we can.
I would put this as a yellow personally. But
if you both think that, then I think that's enough for it to be.
Okay, let's give it yellow.
Because I don't know, because like
let's look at it in the bigger.
I mean, you are right. I looked at it and it's definitely been brushed on the face and in the top.
Which tells me a lot about the technical confidence the
Because
photographer.
if you look at the bedding and the arm and the cuddly toy face,
Everything's
they look, the shadows are not crunchy.
don't make it look like
Just on the faces, and I wouldn't have a problem with their faces being more dark, like more shadow. So
real life. Nothing's better than real life. Real life is dark.
I mean, it's a gorgeous composition. It's lovely. Can we see
we
it
have
with
a moment? We have a moment, which
maybe
is
an honorable mention, yeah.
And we have composition, but we don't have light, essentially.
I mean, I think it's very carefully composed, this, and it's an editing error, which so then we have to compare it to, we have to go back 2 frames to the jumping kids, because that also was taken out, I think, because of an editing error.
But that's a style thing.
I don't
As
connect with
opposed to
this. For me, it's not just the edited error. Like with this one, I don't connect. With this one, I connect.
I agree.
I think the other way around as well. The first one is just a what I would consider a not great style choice, whereas this one, there's a technical error that's been compensated for in post in a way that's so we've all done this in the
But
past.
it's not even a technical error.
Well, it's okay. It's either underexposed and brought up, or it was perfectly well exposed and brought up, but we don't know because we can't see it because of what's been done to it.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the rest of the picture, I think it was perfectly exposed, but they
Yes,
haven't
actually.
had the confidence to lean into that.
Yeah, which suggests it shouldn't be an award-winning photograph.
But would it be an honourable mention?
Well, when I say award-winning, I mean including honourable mentions.
But if you go back to the 1-2 before, we said exactly the same thing, where they've made a choice to make the 2 figures more contrasty, to make them clearer, because they're blurry, because they are out, they've got motion blur, and they haven't had the confidence to lean into the motion blur.
I think
it's the same situation.
I think if we only judge based on it, like.
But I think this is a better picture. I think this is a better picture. This speaks to me more than the other one.
I think a lot of it is to do with, like, do we connect with it? Like, a lot of photography is not technical choices. A lot of photography is, does it punch you in the gut? Technical choices obviously matter, because if it's like badly exposed, if it's like too grainy, or like this blown highlights or whatever, it distracts from that punch in the gut feeling of like, I'm really immersed in this scene. So I don't think we can only go, okay, well, there's one niggle and therefore we discard it. I don't think we can do that. I think we have to balance all that's why there's so many criteria that we're looking at, and all of them are kind of equally weighted, but sometimes one may overweigh the other, just based on how our gut feeling, basically. It's not an exact science. I really like it. I don't know.
Yeah, I really like the
We'll go through with the yellow then, and then we'll
the yellow. Okay, well, this one.
So I mean, this is possibly one of the best photos in the finalists, but I don't believe it belongs in this competition. So therefore, it could be a judge's choice, but I don't think it belongs in this competition. This looks like it's going to be in Vogue magazine.
I think it's definitely sticking out.
It's a styled portrait, not a simple environmental portrait taken in the everyday.
We've said we want to lift the lid on the judging process and be authentic about the process. So I want to acknowledge this is tricky for us. We set our criteria, we set our submission guidelines, and something is a bit. So I'm going to actually read something from the rules. Hang on, I'm just going to find it again. Submitted photographs are undirected captures of real life, or in the case of environmental portraits, directed captures that aim to represent the reality of the subject. The photograph should be edited and toned with this approach in mind, meaning the content of the submitted image represents the reality of the moment. So I went on because I saw the toning thing. So the tone needs to represent the reality. But does this directed capture aim to represent the reality of the subject? There we go.
This directed capture for me is aiming to represent a particular theme that the photographer is creating in a project, and it isn't a capture of everyday reality. My feeling, it's a styled, directed, beautiful environmental portrait.
It's a directed capture that represents an idea.
Yeah, it's conceptual.
Yeah.
It's placing the juxtaposition of cultural heritage in the British location of where they live. It's conceptually thought out, and it doesn't belong in this competition.
I think like if we're just riffing here, we don't have an answer just yet. But I think if we didn't know the backstory of this, we probably would have not selected it.
Mm-hmm.
Because we would have said, oh, it's been styled, and but again, I don't want to go like, obviously we all have our assumptions and our biases.
Is that saying that heritage looks out of place? I would have thought it was a kid at an extended family gathering.
I think maybe like, yeah, maybe if it was like an extended family gathering, and there were pictures, I think, from extended family gatherings, but it wasn't like, it didn't grab us quite as much. Where maybe it would have been better, or if it was like a portrait just like this, not just like this, because she's in a very strong pose here, but like a moment caught when there's lots of other stuff happening, I think it would have been more appropriate for this.
Yeah, it's about whether it works in.
I think we have so many doubts.
I'm not taking away from the strength of the portrait.
Yeah,
and
I think we all can acknowledge they really like it. We really connect with it. But I don't know. I don't.
It feels out of place in the set.
Shall we move on? And then if we keep thinking about it, we can always bring it back in.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think this one needs to go in.
Okay. I do really like it. But also, I just want to remind the three of us that we have our judges' choices as well. So if there's anything that we blah, we can always reward it.
And that's slightly outside of the criteria because it's a personal reaction.
Yeah. I'm not sure about this one.
It's hard to get the feels from something which is sometimes like this, isn't it? Because
we have the motion blur one with the lots of kids, and I think that one's much better than this. Even though, like, again, I can really appreciate how clever this is.
I think this is really good, and I think it's a really good example of extra. It's hard to talk about the theme because you need the brackets visually, but it's a really example of ordinary, extraordinary.
Also, is it documentary? Is it family photography?
Is it documentary family?
I know we do have an expansive definition of family. So family doesn't have to be immediate family. It can be extended family. It can be community family.
I'm pretty sure I know whose photograph this is, and I think it's their son and a friend.
Okay. But even if it was like a theme, we can think about it as a family.
We maybe discount. I mean, does it appear to be family? Well,
possibly.
Yeah, it's human connection.
Yeah.
So to me,
it's really good.
I mean, to me, it speaks of being in a garden, not on a basketball court. So therefore, it's a domestic scene.
In a garden.
Well,
yeah, it's flat. You have paving like that in a basketball.
Oh, I thought it was indoor light.
Playground. That's an outdoor light.
I mean, I'm obviously upset by the straight lines, but that's just me.
But yeah, you'd need a drone to do that though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'm glad it's not. It wouldn't look real if it was.
No, it
Yeah.
wouldn't.
I think it's a technically really good photograph. I think I think it's a worthy photograph
Yeah,
to
me
be
too.
yellow.
Okay.
We can always look at the yellows all together and
Yeah.
yes, please.
Yes, please.
Who didn't say yes to that first?
I didn't because I'm unsure about
Have you
it.
changed your mind?
I'm not sure.
Okay,
Still not changed
I
your mind.
reserve my judgment.
let's look at the ones and see if any of them should be yellow.
I'll just go them in a grid.
I'm not sure, having gone through the first.
Can we look at the first one again?
I really like it. We don't
I'm
have.
happy for it to be.
Yeah, I love the shapes, the triangles, the connection.
I'm happy for it to be yellow.
Yeah, I could put that yellow.
Okay.
And look at the lamp one again.
I'm really not sure about the circumstances of this picture.
It's 1.2, 1.2. I'm happy to leave that one.
Yeah.
And look at all our yellows and greens together.
Yeah.
And then look at just the greens. How many yellows and greens have we got?
We have. Wait a second. What's going on?
We got 13 greens.
Okay.
And I think arguably we should be choosing our first, second, and third.
Yeah, I think they do.
Yeah.
I think looking at that, there are really our
And
top.
then greens and yellows together is 25, which is manageable.
This can change. So don't be like, just go to the edge of your seat and stay there if you see
Yeah.
but this can change.
It's not final.
Can we just look at the yellows on their own?
Let me just make it.
Anything that jumps out,
As in it should be green or it should be not yellow.
like the very last one?
I think that we shouldn't be taking things out at this point. Yeah, I think that last one should be green.
I think the last one should be green. I also
Really?
think, I also think
Yeah.
the boy and the flowers should be green.
Should this be yellow?
No,
Which one?
I think that one
cat.
should be out.
The lines though.
That blob in front of her
The
face.
lines and the cat. Oh, but it's the black and white. Right, no.
And it's sepia. There's a
Can
couple
you please
of
take
things
it away before I change my mind?
Okay. Sorry. Done.
And we've done that because of the composition and because of the toning.
The tone, yeah.
Can we please make that bottom right one green, Antonina?
Please make the legs green. We're begging you. So looking at these, I'm not sure about the dancing girls. They look really ordinary in this.
Can we just hold this set of
Okay.
10
Agreed.
yellows?
Agreed.
These are potentially honourable mentions, but at the moment, if we just look at the greens, we've got
Let's move our greens
14
around. Try and get our top three, and then look at the. I'm assuming that everything here is going to either be 1, 2, 3 or honourable mention.
Yes, but not guaranteed.
Once we've got our
Still not guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed.
No, this is assuming. But once we've got our top 3, and then you've got the ones after it, then you can see if any of the yellow,
and then we'll look at
the others. Yeah, then we look at that as a group.
Right. I think one thing that happens at this stage is we start to move things, and Antonina, you'll be the one moving things around. I think things get artificially put at the front sometimes.
Yeah.
So let's
just sorted by capture time. So
yeah, let's take it in turns, or let's just things first. Is there anything that should be on the? Can we do a top row, bottom row for like?
Okay.
Oh, I love every one of these.
That's the hardest part. Like if you thought the previous however many hours were hard, this is like next level hard.
I actually am not sure about the eclipse photo in here.
Can we pull ones up that we are sure of first?
Can we move?
And the others will fall down.
Can we move the eclipse down? Yeah. And as much as I like the gathering of the teenagers, I wouldn't put that towards the top.
Oh, I would. I would.
I wouldn't.
Okay, we're just looking at. Let's just do top row, bottom row.
So,
I think one should go up.
Yeah, I also think face in blanket should go up.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
should go up.
And I think the what do we call that? Do we call that one?
The bridge one?
Just thinking what, because we are, yeah. Yeah, I had something else in my head, but I don't want to say that word.
Yeah, no, I know we don't want to say that. I think the bridge should go up. I think the sparklers as
Really?
well.
I think the
Really?
bridge
I
would
think the
definitely
bridge
go
is
up.
like it's beautiful
Okay.
light, but
Okay.
I don't it doesn't like it's funny, but it doesn't strike me as like first, second, or third
I think
place.
it's the great. Okay, but actually, I think I agree. I think the sparklers should possibly go up, and the lady with the babies feeding, and the silhouette. That's my top
Well, I
row.
want the teenagers on the top row.
The
Okay,
teenagers
with the silhouette, let me just say one thing. I really like the silhouette, but it reminds me of our last year's award, like first place.
Does
Because
it?
it also had
And
shadows.
there's another photo that reminds me a lot of that one,
Yeah.
by the way.
It's the one with the bikes.
Bikes, yeah.
That one reminded me of it, and I didn't think it was as good as the one from
Yeah.
last.
But this one does remind me of it. And
It
I
didn't remind me of that, but I did, because the other one did, I had it in my head and this didn't make me think of
That doesn't. I mean, it's a shadow on a wall with light, but apart from that, it doesn't remind me of it at all.
Okay, let's not do top row, bottom row because we don't agree.
Yeah.
Let's do, if anybody want to, well, we have to. So not in any particular order, but top three. Let's put our top threes to the
Ooh.
top, then we'll have no more than
I
6.
kept this one first, like, but no one said to pull it up.
We haven't talked about this one.
I love that photo. We
Okay.
didn't talk about it much, but I really love it. I love it.
I
think
really like it too.
really beautifully composed.
Okay, so just remembering we are looking at extraordinary images.
I love the face in the blanket as
I
well.
do.
Let's recap. We're looking at image quality. We've talked about that a lot. We're looking at originality. We have talked about originality a lot. We've talked about extraordinary, ordinary, the theme a lot. And then the other thing is our own instincts. So our own instincts as photographers and mentors, we're going to, with honorable mentions, potentially have some there that 2 of us like and 1 of us doesn't, because we recognize instincts are different and subjective. When it comes to the top 3,
I think we all have to agree.
we'll all have to be happy with them.
My instinct is actually, if we are keeping the theme in our mind, it feels like the blanket is this. Because it's an ordinary scene,
Yeah, it's really
but it's like, and it's not even about the light or like the, magical light makes everything amazing. Like it's a perfectly ordinary scene. Nothing special is happening. There's no special light. There's no special smoke, but it's just photographed in a way that has this Easter egg of a face they don't notice at first.
yeah,
And it's
so
just like it's just something about it is like crazy ordinary, but also crazy extraordinary at the same time. And
We pick 2 each, or 2 or 3 each that we want to be in the contenders for the top 3 and see what we overlap on. If we overlap on 3, then we're done, aren't we? Did you have another 1 or 2 that you'd put up there?
I love the leg in the
So, Antonina, do you have another?
No, me.
Because that's what. So your one is your blanket is 1. Do you have?
I'm sort
2?
of torn between these 2.
Okay, so do you want to put those in the top 2? So then this is no order. It's just we're putting to the front. So Emma, what do you want to pull into the? What are your? Do you have 1, 2, or 3 photos that you like the best out of here? I'll do mine while you're thinking. I like the tree legs.
Yeah, that would be mine.
We like end up with
So tree and legs would be in my top 3 as
And I
well.
like the teenagers.
teenagers.
And I'm going to say penis bridge. I don't want to say that again. It was in my head. I've just said it now. I'm not.
I don't think it's top 3. I just don't.
But I know you don't, because you already chose your top 3, but that's in my top 3. So we'll get 6 at the front and we'll see. But Emma, you already liked the.
Can you? Yeah, I'd like. Can you just move them for me so that I can see them next to each other? Head blanket, leg window.
Head blanket, leg window.
So are you choosing those 2?
Yeah, just move them next to each other.
No, I know. I just clicked on something. I just go back to the grid. Yeah.
Because I'm thinking, shot in an extraordinary way, and I'm looking at the other ones, and they feel more ordinary to me. So,
Are they 2 of your 3?
They're 2 of my 3.
What's your third one? Wait a minute, the girl with the Auntie, did you choose the girl with the scratch on her eye?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was in the wrong place. Okay.
Um,
What's your third one, Emma?
not them.
Can I say one thing while you're thinking?
Mhm.
I want to be mindful of just having like all like top images being anonymous.
Yeah, I think we need to do the narrowing down process and then look at what we've
Um,
got. So just
so I
just
think
go with your gut.
I
What's your
would put it's one of four. I'm trying to narrow it down. I like the girl on the chair. I like the guy with the smoke. I like the woman breastfeeding. I like the silhouette. Um, can you move the woman with the babies?
Okay, so the top row are between us. These are all in our top three.
Hmm.
But I'm kind of, can we see the chair one again, please?
Yeah, I love the chair one.
Because I do actually like this more,
I
possibly
think
I like this
go
more than
up.
the bridge one. Or
This was
I
in
would
my
agree with this more than with the bridge for sure.
we haven't spoken about this enough, I think.
There's
I
like
don't think we
red,
have
red, red, red,
red,
No.
pink,
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 pink.
pink, pink. The
No.
flowers on the plates as well. You know, the fact that
Flowers here,
the
flowers here,
I'm
flowers
her,
on the
obsessed with that
chair.
yeah,
gap between the chair and the
her,
two chairs.
uh-huh, her beautiful position, the chair nice and central, the little edge details, like she's got, well, they have got the circular tray balanced on that thing, which I love.
Mm.
There's
The
and that
mood.
shows
And
the
yet,
circular
and yet, there's lots of
tray
let's say crap in the picture, but because it's composed
Mm.
mindfully
really
and
beautiful.
intentionally, it just works.
Can we move this one up?
Okay.
Okay, well, does anybody want to swap it? No, we're not, they are not in order.
Yeah.
I'm really watching for this because this happens by mistake sometimes.
Yeah.
And it's like, so the top row are our top three, but then I've got the bridge in there as well.
Yeah.
But I've got
Everything else, shall we turn those yellow now?
um
Because they're not going to be top three.
I would put the last four as yellow, but not the other ones
I
yet.
really like the girls. I just think it's a bit bright looking at it now, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's a bit bright.
Yeah, okay, those four can be yellow. Antina, do you agree?
Yeah, I agree.
I
I
still
think
love
this
that one
one
with
should be
the
yellow, and
Can we
I'll
look at that a
line.
second?
Hmm?
Sorry, I just said, can we look at it a second?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know how spontaneous this capture was.
I also agree
Sorry, what did you say? You don't know?
How
how
spontaneous this
spontaneous
was.
it is, whether it's set up.
Whether she was told to stand like that.
Yeah.
Even though it's a beautiful image.
I think that's definitely yellow for me anyway. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Can
Okay,
you
so
just go back to the kids on the gate and bring that back in as green for a second? Just have a look at it. Yeah, that one.
I
I do love
don't
that.
think it's a top.
Okay, no, I agree. It's not as good.
I
as the
do
other one.
think though this set here is a level up from the other ones,
Yeah,
Yeah.
including that one.
Mm.
including this one in this set.
Yes.
Can you
I
just
think
switch
I
off the
think
green and switch the yellows on to see if there's anything that stands out as brilliant in the yellows?
Oh, it's a dangerous path to follow, but okay.
I mean, I actually think this is a great set as well.
I think that the green one is definitely feeling much more
But the
yeah,
strong.
green one, just to coin, excuse the pun, is more extraordinary than this set.
Yeah.
I would put the Wes Anderson Eclipse kids.
Would you put that back up?
Yeah.
Would you?
I
Yeah.
don't think it's going to be top three though.
No,
So
I don't think it's in top 3 either.
it doesn't
I
matter.
think it's one of the very best of this set.
All right, go back to grid.
I just want to acknowledge that. I think it stands out.
I also think that for me, there's a couple that stand out here.
Okay, so
The Wes Anderson, and I love the guy in the flowers. I know you two aren't so keen, and I actually like the snow picture.
I love the snow. Okay, all of these are potentially really strong mentions, which you haven't confirmed yet, but none of them are going to be 1, 2, 3. Is that agreed?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
let's go
Okay.
here.
So all of these, are any of these? So when it's a 1, 2, 3, we need to all agree.
I don't think that the kids on the fence should be in this bunch.
So let's just say
Let's whittle down things, down.
Yeah, I think that one can go to yellow.
I really, really like the one, but I didn't put it in my top 3, and then I got an extra one. But it's so good. I'm happy it's not 1, 2, 3.
But I don't think it's top 3, so I'm going to put it in yellow for now.
Yeah, I think one thing we need to be aware of at this point is we're not curating a top 3. They could all be similar.
Yeah.
Okay. They're singles, so
yeah. I think it's great to show variety of like approaches, for sure.
Yeah, hopefully we've got that.
And hopefully we'll get that. But equally, it's about which ones we connect with more.
We have to be aware of biases. Like if I picked 3 top pictures that all had cats in, you'd call me out on that straight away, you know. So we can be aware of bias, but they don't have to balance each other at all.
So the last one. So for honorable mentions, the order doesn't matter, right?
No, it doesn't.
So we don't care about the order. It's just the top 3 that we care about. So the last one, the kids on the fence, is it honorable?
I think honorable mention. I don't think it's going to be top 3.
No. And we're not confirming it's honorable till we look at the whole set of honorable and say yes,
we'll
this is
finalize it later. So the smoke one to me is also honorable. It's not top 3.
Yeah, I feel that as well. Okay. Yeah.
My least favorite here is the big group shot.
My least favorite is the girl with the scratch.
Also,
my least favorite is the bridge.
Okay. Should we take those 3 out then?
We can take the 3 out. That will be a compromise. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but 2 of them are my.
Sorry.
Wait.
No, you had 4. Remember, Alice. So
I was going to swap it. Can I just look at the bridge again?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it's a great photo, but I don't think it's top 3.
Oh, good. I mean,
I actually loved it. I actually love this photo. I really
so good.
I really don't. Like I like it, but I don't love it.
I compare it to the other 2 that we were talking about. So I love the portrait bite, but
it's beautiful. It's graphic. The light is gorgeous. The figures are great. It's got
an Easter egg.
Really funny Easter egg graffiti in.
Yeah.
And I'm very surprised at myself for liking something with that in. It just,
I actually love the triangle of their bodies as well. The way that they're walking against the bridge is so the graphic form of their physiques.
That's that triangle of blue.
Oh, gorgeous.
The tones, it's so gorgeous.
But is it top 3?
Right.
Oh, I do love the girl with the
Sorry, I click my fingers, I'm thinking sometimes.
I don't think it's top 3.
Right, goodbye, penis bridge.
I don't think the crowd is at top 3.
Can you make it yellow?
Yep.
No, can we look at the crowd?
So I would go for the bridge over this. This is just a slow motion picture with some people that.
That's not what we said many hours ago. Come on.
No, I know.
It's original. We've never seen.
It is a filled frame with. It's a filled frame, with slow shutter speed, and it's got some brilliant
It's all relative.
But I think the composition of the other bridge is stronger than
Yeah, the bridge one is better than this.
Yeah.
But the girl to the left, I don't think that portrait is. I think it's a really lovely portrait. We acknowledge that the scratch is a big part of it. That is not better than the bridge. And
I agree.
I would agree. No, I have no argument with that. I think it's an honorable mention. I don't think it's top 3.
Yeah, I agree. Especially when you compare it to the other stuff we've got up here.
Yeah.
But I would bring the bridge in more over the crowd.
Okay, let me just do the bridge.
Okay, yes, so would I.
Okay.
Let me just. There we go.
Crowd out.
Okay.
Crowd goes yellow, yes?
Yeah,
Yes. Yeah.
that looks
Oh,
strong.
right. The
Yeah,
breastfeeding
that looks
one.
really strong. Okay,
The
breastfeeding.
breastfeeding one. It is beautiful. I think can we look at it big again? It is
It's
beautiful.
also, I just want to like point out again, we have the top 6 that we're considering. This is the only one with a parent.
No, the second one has a parent
Oh, that's true.
Maybe the parent is under the blanket.
also.
Maybe the parent threw the
It is possible. I think it's different from all the rest of them though, so in a good way, not in a bad way.
And it's a stunning
I
portrait.
think the folds on the skin, the lines on the face, it like just tells me of this exhaustion of motherhood.
And it's about her, even though the kids are there.
And it's an ordinary thing of breastfeeding, but it's done in a very simple, very
the colors and the gesture of her hand and the expression on her face.
I feel like there's a value in kind of going, yes, we all get drawn to like weird, unusual, creative shots because we see so much photography. But I think we need to also recognize images that are very simply and very confidently done in a very kind of straightforward way, but beautifully. I don't think we should discount them, and we haven't because we all like this image. But I think there's an argument to consider this one for top 3 because of it. It's because of what it is and what it represents on multiple levels. I can see it on the wall in a gallery easily, this one.
Yeah, it's very beautiful. Can we move the legs back to the end?
They're not in order.
Yeah, I just want to see them because I love the legs, but I'm not sure they're as strong as the other people.
I don't think it's top 3 as
Right,
much.
these are not in order. Let's look at them left to right, one at a time, just to look at them individually.
Okay. I'm really love that. Are we sure this is not sensor spots? It looks to me just the things on the blanket, but I'm actually because they're also on the wall, and what's the likelihood of that? I can't tell. Usually you can tell, but they're nowhere else. They just this little cluster here.
I don't think it's sensor spot
Okay.
because of the shape of them.
It's because of the way that they're reacting to the shape of the blanket and the light.
Yeah, they kind of they
feel like they're bending
on the surface of the
blanket.
thing rather than on the glass. Okay.
Yeah, let's look at the chair girl.
Oh, I'm just going in order.
Oh yeah, because we just talked about this one. That's all.
Yeah, sorry.
I love this.
Yeah, it's
really beautifully done.
This might be my favorite one.
Yeah,
actually. I think this is my favorite one.
Yeah. This might
Compared
be
to the
my
blanket face, can we consider the extraordinariness and the ordinariness of the thing? Well, let's finish looking at all of them one at a time. This
Okay,
one,
let's count 3. What we should be doing, I think, is just touching on all the 4 criteria points with each one because they've got to meet all of them. So if we just go back to blanket, image quality is only the sensor spots that we're questioning, and they're not sensor spots; they're marks on the blanket. So I think this image quality
they are. So yeah,
nothing wrong with it. Originality, tick.
Very,
Theme, ordinary, extraordinary, yes.
Tick.
And then it's like we all are really drawn to it, aren't we?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And then just because you look at this a lot, yes, image quality, originality, actually, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, but again, remember, I just want to highlight that we have the criteria. It's not about just ticking the boxes. It is, but it also isn't.
Extraordinarily beautiful version of a portrait of a mother, and really quietly beautiful.
Yeah.
And to
not
me,
every image needs to be like crazy original and innovative.
Our top 3 images.
There is an originality to me in her, that submission that you feel from her, and that she's feeding 2 children, and to see photos of a woman feeding 2 children of different ages is not that common.
Can I say, actually, there is I see so many pictures of breastfeeding in a messy, funny, difficult complex scene way, which is what we've been trying to get people to shoot for years.
Yeah.
Maybe it does come across as original to have something that's more portraity.
Yeah.
They've got to tick all these boxes, and it is box ticking because it's criteria. I'm going to get nerdy now.
Yeah, but also one of the criteria is our gut feeling, and that
Absolutely.
overrides all other boxes sometimes.
No,
Yeah.
it's got to sit. It's got to sit. It doesn't override it. It sits
It doesn't
alongside.
override it. No, it doesn't.
And I think all of these, we all have
Because of our experience in photography and how much we look at good photography, our gut feeling subconsciously ticks all those boxes. And
this.
sometimes it can go, you know what, it doesn't really matter in this instance because the other factors overweigh.
This is a great photographer. I've
Yeah,
never seen this before. I don't know
fantastic.
who shot it. This photographer knows how to compose
Yeah, it's
and knows
gorgeous.
their technical. So image
Yeah.
quality, yes. Originality. I mean, it's not the only time we've seen it's floppy kid genre.
It's a floppy kid, and it's an environmental portrait, but it's very beautifully put together.
It feels original to me. The play, the detail, the context.
There's nothing about it that feels. It feels completely intentional in the framing, and it's not at all directed or posed. It's just that it's just been.
There's no niggles.
Beautifully
Right?
It's very ordinary, extraordinary. I love how the top right corner even gets the bit of the frame, the the door framing in.
Yeah, very, very lovely.
I'm obsessed by the gap between the lower right chair and the centre chair. Obsessed with it.
Same.
I love it.
Lovely.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's my favourite one.
Okay. It might be mine.
Yeah, let's just go through. We haven't really talked about this one. Okay, does it tick the boxes?
So
I feel like it doesn't tick necessarily the originality box for me.
I think we all had a sort of a gut reaction to it that it's really, really beautiful. Compared to other ones, I think it's maybe on the simpler side.
Yeah, I think so. I don't absolutely love it, but I'm not sure. Having gone through the three before, don't think it would assert any of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's yellow.
It's yellow.
This is so good.
It's so good. I love it.
So image quality, yes. It's really hard to get a beautifully composed scene of a lot of stuff in it,
Yeah. I mean, even the way that they've composed it, so you can see the back bridge through the front bridge.
Originality, yes. Ordinary, extraordinary.
Yes.
I feel it would have been better this one if because I assume they're preparing to jump.
Oh, so you think if one of them was actually jumping?
Yeah, I think it would have been better.
Possibly.
Because it's the.
But then is that not
talk about action, kind of like building up, even not jumping in the air, but kind of like preparing that tension of like I'm going to go in the water now. I don't know if maybe they don't.
But there's something lovely about the fact, So there was one picture that right at the very start when we were going through of a dad throwing up a kid and the welly falling off. Yeah.
Yeah.
And those sort of things, it's like I see that all the time.
That is also true. That is also true.
Whereas there's something about this that I love in the congregation of teenagers, and that they're doing this, and they're probably hanging out.
Yeah, it's possible that they're not going to jump
for the actual jump for quite some time, ruminating over whether they're going to do it or not.
Just trying to see if they have wet.
I mean, the two boys walking are amazing.
Yeah,
on that edge.
Yeah, the body, the shapes, and the fact they're mirroring each other, and the colours, the two colours of their swimming trunks matching perfectly the rust colour and the black colour of this bridge structure.
Let me just do something here, because for me it feels a little far away, but I'm not sure if there was a better way to shoot it.
You can't lose the water in that bottom right corner. You've got
bottom left. Do you mean
the bottom right underneath the bridge? It needs to
maybe a bit like this. That feels slightly more intentional to me. If it was slightly closer.
Can you just leave the grid on the whole? Yeah, but look how they've lined up.
Yeah, I felt a bit tight going that far. because
Yeah,
I actually
I appreciate the
I
image, but
like I like the width of the dark on the left hand side where that arrow of blue is pointing down. I like how
Yeah,
I
I
don't
love
think it's
this.
that much slim.
it's not a top three for me though. Maybe third. Maybe third.
I would not put it in first or
Let's go to the next
I
one.
maybe would put it in second.
Can we go to the number 5
Yeah.
in this run? Where does this sit? Could this compete with the other 4?
Well, I didn't select it. I'm still unsure about it. Um,
I still love this. These 5 I love.
well, unfortunately, we only have 3.
I
Um,
really, really, really okay. Sorry, image quality. This is technically not that easy. Well, it's something that looks easy, but it isn't. I think this is good image quality. I think it's good originality. Extraordinary, ordinary, yes. And instincts, it's hitting 2 of us.
so I didn't select this, and I'm still unsure about it, but we started talking about
Like to me, this really epitomizes extraordinary in the ordinary.
I think it's too obscure. I think it's too obscure. It's kind of like how we do want to push the
Can you
genre.
beat
We do
it?
want to push the genre, but we also don't want to go like or too in like flip into very abstract art stuff either. So I think there's a fine balance to find here.
You can have an amazing abstract photo in our genre. And
Yeah, I
this is
know.
an amazing
This one
abstract
is, I
photo.
think, is pushing it for me.
It doesn't push it for me. I think what we said earlier about how we're choosing singles, if they were all like that, I'd maybe think there was perhaps a bias there. We do see a lot of images. When you're judging anything, you're looking for things that stand out a bit. It's a natural instinct as
There's
a judge.
nothing else here that's abstract like that. And actually, if you look at the yellows, I don't think there's anything there that's abstract either.
I mean, this is slightly not quite abstract,
No,
but
it's still it's a person. It's obviously a person.
Okay, we've got 5 in there.
Essentially, the basketball shot
yeah, possibly.
is along that lines.
If
But
we
it's
look at these,
bodies, it's full bodies moving.
I think it's so beautifully shot and composed and infused with
Seen
and
as well.
parenting.
But it's been observed by somebody and then captured. They've seen that, and it's a beautiful, tender moment captured in a completely different way. Just as we like have sections of bodies where you crop them in, like a bit like the bottom with the cream on. It's that photo, but in a really unusual way.
I prefer the tree legs to the breastfeeding mum.
Breeding.
Loads more. There's more parenting tenderness for me in the tree legs one.
Can we try that in the top 3, please? And
I just want to go back to the bridge really quickly and say I realized what I'm not happy about with this image is
That's
that
right.
it seems to me that it belongs in a photo essay and not a standalone. It's like not a star image for me. Just want to put it out there.
I would put that on my wall as
mm,
a piece of art, as I would with the leg and the tree, actually.
Yeah.
mm.
So I was just going to say the leg and the tree is it's so ordinary, extraordinary,
It really is
and it's
ordinary.
the artful capture, the
So
artful seeing.
abstracty-wise, we have these two they're not obviously this in the same way abstracty, but they kind of tick in the same box of ordinary, extraordinary.
They are really like, and the
Very
beauty
different.
They're very different,
thing
but they're
about
kind of like it's like how can I photograph something super ordinary in a crazy and ordinary?
No, I don't agree. I think the tree one is doing something technically artful to affect the extraordinariness of an ordinary moment or thing or relationship. I think the one on the left, it's the seeing the extraordinary side of to play is very ordinary, but shooting it in a kind of absurd way. There's something technically unusual about it.
so beautiful about this one with the face is that they've captured a playful scene in a way that would wouldn't be out of place in a gallery.
Yeah.
They've made an artful image, and it's a piece of art. Like I think believe that with the tree as well. And what's so gorgeous about this theme is that it naturally pushes this genre to something new, because we're asking for people to do something different, really. And I think, if anything, that leg one does it for me more than anything else now that I'm talking about that.
But at the same time, we all talked about this one and said
I
how
love it.
clever it is. Let's just try this. How clever it is, and how obviously proficient the photographer is, and how mindful they are about the composition and what they include and what they exclude, and how they crop the image.
It's very
I think if
tempting
anything, and I think if anything, this is probably the one we agree on the most between
Yeah.
the three of us.
But I think the reason why we agree upon it the most is probably because it's pushing
It's
back,
not controversial.
so it's not
Yeah, but
controversial.
like I think we have to agree.
But that, like, I don't know. I think that sometimes you've got to have something controversial. Is really the thing that's pushing the boundaries more. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm,
but
I'm
like if
being
all
devil's
three
advocate. I'm not
go,
saying that it shouldn't be, but
but if all
what
three
I
of us
don't want
go,
them to do is just award it. It's like, oh, okay, so this is like a safe image, so let's put that number one.
it's not that, but also if all three of us say yes to this one, all three of us say yes to this one, but I'm not sure about this one. Like I don't feel like we all on the top three, we all need to agree.
Absolutely. We can't have anything in the top three that one of us doesn't like.
Yeah, and it can still be a judge's choice. Like it can still be honorable mention. But I think we all have to be agree. And I'm not sure about this image. I appreciate everything that you're saying about it, but you can't convince me otherwise, I'm afraid.
So I think in the we can't convince you thing, I think I was just going to say, not to convince you for the sake of it, but this is where we say everything. Is there anything we haven't said about this, Emma, that might help? It's not the right way to put it, but I want to make sure we've said everything we can about it. Because sometimes that's why we have discussions, isn't it? Where we disagree
For
and
sure, no,
go,
like we
oh,
can
actually,
change our
no.
minds. We can, absolutely, and we have changed our minds in the past. I definitely have changed my mind in the
I
past.
like the nature. I like the parenthood immersed in nature. It's natural to
Yeah,
hold
I love that. I love
animals,
that.
holding
Yeah.
little animals in trees on their backs.
It's
There's
just
something
not tickling. It's just
But
not tickling
also,
me in the same way,
yeah,
basically.
I'm just trying to like, tell you why it's. I'm trying to cover everything that
yeah, I think
makes me feel that.
it does speak of those themes of having to, that we need to realign ourselves with the world. Like if I'm looking at these 5 images, that's the thing that I've never seen before.
I feel it's really. I get more motherhood feels from that one than the feeding one. I normally really like literal. I'm not, I never have ever won literal photographs over abstract artistic ones, but I just get more feels from it. I think it's the nature aspect of it, the warmth of the holds.
I think another thing to point out
Hand.
with this one, just from a learning point, the greens are completely natural in this, which is beautiful.
Oh my God, yes. Yeah. It's such a
Don't
treat,
need to
the actual green.
Yeah.
I'm still not convinced, I'm afraid.
Okay. Well,
It can be one of your judge choices.
the judge's choice doesn't have to be the one we think is the best or our personal
Yeah,
favorite. It's one we
the
want to
judge's choice can be
elevate.
anything we want, basically. I'm just not. I'm hearing everything that you're saying.
Okay.
I'm just not sure.
I just want to make sure we haven't failed to sell everything we can see in it, not to change your mind, but to make sure
for me though, it places above the 2 behind it at the moment. I get more from that than I do from the other lady, which is a beautiful portrait, and the bridge one, which I think is a great composition. This one I think is beautiful in its unusualness and grabs me more because of that. So I would put it above the other 2.
Okay, so we decided to take a break to have our dinner and take a break in general because it's been a long, long day.
Long day.
somewhat refreshed. And we're gonna take another look at the images and see if we changed our mind. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Let's
I'm not even changing up.
we haven't
We're jiggling things around. It's not about
we
changing.
still we still haven't like finalized anything, but like
We were on the cusp of choosing
yeah,
1, 2, and 3, and then being ready to move on to confirm our honourable mentions. And it's a really good time to just stop and take a break.
stop and look away, refresh. Yeah.
And also, images have a really strong impact as soon as you see them, but it's the ones that stay with you.
Yeah.
Sometimes we were just having a chat about last year's and what we remembered from last year and what we still like really felt something for from last year, and just having that bit of time to reflect on what's swimming around our head is important.
Okay.
Is it still the green ones or not?
It's what do you want me to show? Right now it's both greens and
I mean, is it still the green ones that are the
Yeah,
ones
this is
swimming
quite a
around
good.
in our
This
heads?
is quite a good view.
so I'm almost like changing my mind about this one. I feel like just in this grid.
Feels a bit more placed, doesn't it?
I mean it's not wrong that it's placed because you can do environmental portrait. And I think everyone knows by now that I quite like the simple, straightforward images. I do feel drawn to them. But I'm wondering, like, am I gonna feel the same about this picture in 2 months' time? And I'm not sure.
Of the green 5, I like the other 4 better than that one.
Can you pull the other green one along just so I can see them next to each other?
Yeah. And I think we do have to make some tough choices and we have to let some images go.
Can you move the one you've got highlighted to the back of the
This
five
one?
green? No, the one that you had highlighted with the woman and the babies. Move
Oh,
it to
like
the end of
this.
the. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
But we have to make 2 of them yellow.
We have to make at least, yeah, 2 of them yellow, unless we like completely, but let's not.
So that is so I would definitely say to make that one yellow of the 5 green ones.
Yeah.
Emma, do you
Do you agree?
agree?
Can we just have green on if we're happy? Can I just go back to the yellow as well?
Mm-hmm.
Anything that I would put in those green instead of that.
Well, we need to get 5 greens down to 3 greens.
Yeah, so we discarding.
There is one I
Discarding
would like to swap. I would, if we were keeping 5, which we're not, I would swap for. I like the
Babies on the
babe,
fence.
the gate. I was think that's been in my head, and I still really like the teenagers. But I know that you both didn't.
Well, this one, you mean?
Yeah,
I like it, but not as the top 3.
yeah, we've got to all
Yeah,
like.
I agree. I do like it, and I definitely think it belongs in this grid. As a really ingenious way of photographing a large group. I'm really pleased to see quite a few multi-people photos here, actually.
Yeah.
It's in several, which is they are. It's really important to point out that they are much harder to
Yeah.
photograph.
And I think
Yeah.
that's like just to looking at the whole, and it's not final, but at this view, like there's a great variety of different images, and I quite like
Yeah.
that. A lot of them are different from each other, which I think is great. Are we
I think that one can go out.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that one needs to go
Okay.
yellow. So we
Actually,
now
next
got-
to the little fence, I think I prefer the fence people.
we're
we
gonna
look at
swap for now? Shall we swap
can
for
we
now?
look at the fence one for now? Look at the.
Shall
Look
we
at
do this?
So we need to get this down
I
to
know. We
rather
just
than
replaced like
5.
with
But
still at 5.
I've been thinking about right. I love the line, the diagonal line, and the sense of them climbing from left to right, getting higher and more able, getting older, and the way the light and shade and the graphic takes us from the bottom left to the top right. It makes me smile. It's
I
simple.
love as well. What I love about this in the sort of narrative sense is that the older one would have gone up there, and then you've got the other ones that are still trying to get up, and you've got to wait for that moment to happen. So I think the person has composed and waited for the right moment
The
to catch.
composition is very purposeful
Yeah.
because there's equal amount of wool
Oh, yeah, it's
on each
really
side.
beautiful. Yeah.
The sky is bright, but it's not, there's still detail in it.
I'm going to look at it in the original.
You can see even on here that the
It's
white
kind of
background.
grey, it's not white, yeah.
We have had a lot of blown sky today,
Yeah, this has got.
and it's
lovely
not
tones.
blown.
It's not like it's not messing with the image. It was just converted to black and white.
Okay, come back to the grid, guys.
Like this?
Yeah, and the yellows just. Can you unhighlight? Can you click so that unhighlights? Yeah.
Has anyone been thinking about the teenagers and wanting to pull that back? It's no, isn't it?
No.
Okay, right.
I'm saying so. No.
Can I?
There's reasons for a lot of these to not be in.
Emma, you were thinking about the gates as well.
I like the gate, but the leg is still like above the gate.
Not for me.
So this is a critical point. So Antonina, have you warmed to the leg
No.
over your dinner?
No. I appreciate it, but actually don't think it's that hard or that original. I think it is original, but I don't think it's like top 3 original. And I think like if anything, I think like this is probably harder, or this is probably harder to do well than this.
Okay, so the leg has to go yellow because we have to all agree on the top 3. It's fine if in honorable mentions if only 2 of us like something. But we talked about this beforehand. We have to all agree on the top 3. So sadly,
No decisions. Yeah.
but let's just acknowledge that Emma and I, we really, really, really like it, don't we?
If it wasn't for Antonina, it'd be in the top place. So
Sorry, but the 4 that we have now, they all have 3 stars as well. So
yeah,
all green.
Yeah.
We kind of like, and I'm even warming up to the bridge, comparing it to that. Like I would rather the bridge.
But because we do all bring that subjective own instincts, I think it's if you do come in first, second, or third place, you've got 3 different people who will shoot the same genre but very differently, both all really rating your photograph. That does say quite a lot, and it's also gone through the 3 preliminary judges as well.
Yeah.
So for the leg one, that's it's still done really well. So I'm trying not to be not be moody.
Are we in agreement about those?
I do love the 3 little people, but it feels, as much as I love the composition of it, it does feel a little bit more
that stick out to you from this 4 as an odd one out?
It does stick out a bit, but also it's less original than the other 3 for me.
I mean, that diagonal line
It's exquisite.
But again, we can only award 3 images. So like you those of you watching, like how long have we spent?
I mean for me,
like,
the 2 that are in 1 and 2 are the 1 and 2 for me. I don't know which way around, but they are.
Yeah. I think we're just deciding 3rd place now, aren't we?
I think so.
Wait. So hang on.
Can you switch the 2 around for the and I
just want to just pause on the 1 and 2 because I think I'm happy with those, not in that order. I know we haven't decided that order, but yeah, I think I'm happy with those being in the top 2.
Okay.
And then we're deciding 3rd between bridge and gate.
Happy gate.
Do you want to decide first?
So I like that arrangement in terms of what it's covering. You've got really like quite a lot of different stuff going. You've got a sort of environmental portraiture. You've got some really
but we're not
your perspective. You've got like a wider angle. it's pushing boundaries a little bit more than the last one for me.
Sorry, you're talking about the first one compared to the last
First
one.
3 compared to the last one.
Right. Okay. Because I don't want to say we need a bit of this and a bit of that in the 3.
No. I'm looking
Yeah.
at them in terms of that they're doing something different.
Like, it's not that we're trying to make sure that things are different in the top 3 because that's not the objective, but the fact is that they are, and that's a good thing.
Like the last one was a little bit saccharine for me as well.
Yeah. Shall we just like try this and sit with it for a minute and see?
I mean, it only just came back.
It only
Yeah.
just came back. It came straight out.
It has grown on me though. It was the one I was thinking about. But
You unhighlight.
oh, I do. I feel good about this though.
I like this. What about the arrangement, like in terms of order?
Let's sit with this for a minute and see.
Good.
Yeah, I'm feeling good with this.
I'm feeling good with this. They're really great photos.
There's something exquisite about every single one.
Yeah, really nice. Technically beautiful, all of them as well.
Yeah. Yeah, really beautiful.
Okay, we're happy with our first, second.
Yeah, I do like that. I like them. Yeah. It's interesting when you start extracting things, how you can crystallize what you're thinking.
Yeah, I'm happy with this.
What about the order?
Yeah.
I'm happy with the order too.
I'm happy with the order.
Yeah.
Can we just swap 1 and 2 around so I can see 1 and 2?
I could possibly argue about 2 and 3 a little bit, but there's something about 2 that is just so up there for me, but I don't think it's as good as 1.
Can we just swap 1 and 2 around?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think like this.
Yeah, I think that other one's number 1.
I think
it's taking so many boxes.
Yeah.
It's really interesting.
I think incredible.
I think it's the very first photo we saw, and I was thinking when it came on the screen, I was like, "Oh my god, wow, this is a start."
We didn't say much, did we, because it was the beginning.
Yeah,
it is we're doing all bloody day. We've been sat here, and
it's the first photo we saw. It's like people saying that when you get married, you try on your first wedding dress, and that's the one you. It's a stupid analogy, but that's actually what happened to me when I got married.
Okay, lock in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yay! Congratulations,
well done, everybody.
Yeah, congratulations.
I've never seen these before.
I'm dying to know who shot these.
Yeah, well, I don't have no idea who.
I'm slightly envious of all 3 because
Yeah.
they're brilliant.
So let's just double check our runners-up. Well, not runners-up, sorry, honorable mentions.
Yes. Okay, so we've got 21 yellow ones, and then we've got a bunch of ungraded, uncolored ones.
Yeah.
So we
want to go
have a
back to
particular
ungraded,
number.
uncolored ones, and
But we don't have a particular number that we're looking for.
Do we think that all of these? Do we?
Let's look at each in turn briefly. Does it deserve an honourable mention?
Can you get the other ones back without the yellow and put them in like red or something so we can?
Really?
No, let's just glance at.
No, I feel like we have 21. I think we've spent a long time.
You sure we don't want to give one more?
Can we please look at each one in turn, just broadly, and just confirm it's honourable mention or not? Yes.
Yeah. Okay,
yes,
let's do that. Let's confirm whether it's still an honourable mention or is it coming out.
Definitely.
Yes.
Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would like to talk about this one a bit more actually, but yeah. Yes, please.
I really like this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, but I'm happy if you both want it to be.
I think the observation here with the ears and the elbows and the legs.
Yeah, it's good enough for me.
I'm happy.
I think that you know, it's slightly blown out, but as an honourable mention, I'm happy.
Yeah.
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 Happy with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 Glance at the others as a grid view just quickly in case there's
Let
anything
me
else.
figure out how can I do that. Don't know if I can do that.
Do
It was the
stars and then put the grey colour out.
ones and twos, and then
Yeah.
Um,
and then not yellow. So I think we might have to go through and put them as. Oh, there you go. Well done.
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, okay. It's not that many. Okay.
Can you make it a bit larger?
Yeah, yeah. Sorry.
So we don't need to talk about them.
No.
Just anyone want to fight for any of these to get an
I
honourable
feel like
mention?
maybe this one,
Which one?
the twins. I don't think any other ones. I mean,
Still like lonely person, but
mm,
I'm kind of fine without it.
Sorry, which?
I think this one. That's
Yeah.
what I was talking about. Like, I'm okay not including it in honorable mentions, but I think it's quite nice. Does tick a lot of boxes.
I'm good. I want the pink hair to be different.
I'm literally just going onto the thing to see the pink hair.
We want it we want it another way round. I don't think we can award something
I
that
think
we
that's
said
the
we want it.
thing. Yeah, if it was presented in the other direction.
Yeah.
Are
And we
you
know
okay with me
sort of-
bringing the twins back in?
Sorry?
Are you okay with me bringing the twins back in? Honorable mention.
Can we have a look at it next to the others? I'm not sure about that one.
Okay.
I think if two of us want to, but
Mm.
If you put it yellow and then let me see it against the other yellows to see if it measures up.
Oh, I see. I see what you
Yeah.
mean.
Is it in there now?
It should be. Yeah, it is in there now.
I don't think I put it in necessarily.
I think it's a good finalist.
Okay.
Do you want to say anything else about it to make sure it all the
Mm,
merits?
I don't know, there's something in it that I think there's another person here, isn't it? Probably the
Yeah,
most.
there is. Yeah.
There's just something in it that tickles me. I think that the sort of contradiction of like that sort of twins, triplets, or whatever, when you have multiples doing the opposite thing and the struggle. I think it's framed really well in terms of like this leg doesn't overlap with the dad.
What I like about it actually from just that is another person. I feel like this is
a
a
family photo shoot, right?
session, not a
Session, yeah, that's
personal
what I
photo, which is definitely harder than shooting your own family. So I appreciate that as well. And
And
a
I
lot
think
It's not harder to. It's harder to. You've got to catch a moment in less time, but it can be
like you have fewer chances to get
Sure.
something really cool.
yeah, it's got to happen in the time that you're there. You're not intimately like involved with these people, so you've got to make those relations. So there's it's a lot more difficult.
I don't think we can say that at all. I don't think this could be the photographer's own family with a.
It could be. I mean, we don't know. Obviously, we're
Possibly.
speculating.
I don't
do
want to take that
appreciate
into
the
account.
like the careful framing here, like it hasn't been the hand, the arm.
It's a great foreground layer as well. It really
Yeah.
is. Well,
For that reason, I feel like maybe honorable. I do want to give it honorable mention.
okay. I'm happy with that.
Okay.
Do we wanna look again at the ones that are not marked?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. Oops, the cow. Oh, Ah.
Oh, I'm gutted about that.
Don't look at it. Because we've already talked about it as well.
I'm also really cross with that balloon one.
I know. Yeah, me too.
That's another one that's
Oh, that's one I thought you meant.
Yeah.
No, the pink hair and the balloon.
You know, I don't think any amount of talking about any of these is going to change, is going to add to anything.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
But
I
all
don't
of these
know.
went through a lot of stages, and they're, you know, they've come very, very far, and you should all be really proud of
Really,
yourself.
really proud.
I'm glad to have seen them.
This
Right.
looks great.
This
This is
looks
an
really
amazing bunch of mentions. I think so. 22. Good.
Yeah, I think that's good. I'm feeling good about this
I think
selection.
every one of them deserves to be there.
Yeah, for sure. Congratulations, everyone. I think the next screen you're going to see is judges' choices, which we'll add after this recording is over, with
So-
explanations from our guest judges and from us why we chose the image. But that's it.
So we now go away and we choose our guest judge, our judge's choice, and we fight over them. And then
Yeah.
So we want to say this has been, I think it's fair to say, longer than we planned it to be.
Yeah, for sure.
So thank you so much for staying with us. And it's been such a joy to look at all the photos, and we're so pleased and excited by the winners and the honorable mentions.
Yeah. Congratulations, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.